Quite to the light side. Hey Alex, yes, totally. Billy Connolly was quite right about that as well. Still a few minutes before I can start my mucky though. Wee bit more pixie. Too hard. To this guitar holding tune since I adjusted the trem. Anyhow, cheers. So I wasn't on the Bucky last night, but I was on Friday night. My pals managed to get them into Skeletrix, just turned up with a big box like that. Here, tonight we're playing Skeletrix and we're at it till 3 a.m, as it always happens with these things. Bottle number 28, which I used to believe was the biggest number you could get, but I think I've actually had a 30-some before. Oh, top doesn't sound that good. Hey Ben, I'm good. How are you? Yeah. Yeah, a bit of a funny taste in this one. I'll be fine once I've got down past the neck, I think. Oh. These really do have the thinnest necks. Yes. I'm missing a little bit having something to switch. Having the single pickup's a bit of a strange one. What's the thing about the number of the bottle? The saying went, or legend has it, that a number 1 bottle comes from the top of the barrel and a number 28 comes from the bottom of the barrel, which means the one at the bottom's got all the lumpy bits and chewy bits in it. It's bullshit, but it's still quoted. I know this because I used to work in a supermarket and there was other bottles that came in exactly the same bottle and they all had numbers on them as well. You know, when you're putting them in boxes, I'm going, these are different numbers. So it's like, I don't know what the significance is really. The batch number of bottles or something. I don't know. Like the actual, before they get anything put in them and they get their proper official bucky lid. It's rubbish though. It does sometimes taste a wee bit funny. This is a wee bit of a funny one. Sometimes it's just absolutely, it's lovely. It's like Vimto. You know, it's just up here. Maybe it just depends on what mood you're in, what you had for dinner, all these things. I've been playing the guitar enough. I said too many guitars to too much skill electrics, let's be honest. I think, to be honest, a couple of videos I put out this week have been basically me just jamming because I haven't played the guitar for a couple of days or a day. I don't think there's really any days that go past where I don't play it at all, but that could be 3 minutes sort of thing. Very difficult when you take a guitar away. I struggle a bit. When's the last time I was really away somewhere without a guitar? Even when I went to China, I had guitars there. So it was like, you don't need to play it. I don't need 2 hours a day playing the guitar, but I need one just there, just so I can just go pick it up. Still there. That's really all I need. It's gone. Just to get into that mindset where it's like, you've got to have a guitar. I do remember struggling when I went to Amsterdam on a stag weekend over 5 years ago, something like that, and struggling a bit with no guitar. It's like I remember trying to work out some way of taking a guitar with me in bits. You know, just anything, just talking about taking like a £20 Strat or something, so it had a guitar, but it didn't. I even tried to buy one. I had a look to see if I could find a cheap one, and actually I found a Kala U bass, which was very nice. I played that in a guitar shop. I was like, this is awesome, right, brilliant. €49. Totally buying that, and then the guy's like that. The sticker had kind of folded over, pulled it over, and it was €449. And because I've had a shot of a few U basses since then, and they were shocking. But that's because they were only 150 quid. Once you get up to 450 quid, you can get a good one. But the actual concept of a U bass is a bit strange. I even tried building one. I think that might actually, Tony and Blitzkrieg shop might still have it. A Buckfast one, obviously, but mine was an electro, not an acoustic one. I just don't trust this trem yet. If you're in Holland, I'll lend you a guitar. Oh, Mr. White, next time I'm there, I'll make a point of getting one of the superb trains out to wherever it is you live. Yeah, sounds like fun. How's it going anyway? Did you get your Westone Spectrum wiring done? Eminently confusing. Does it have? I meant to say. I was going to say in a message, but I couldn't know how to put it in words. See, your I've got a Westcode Concord. It's a year earlier, or a couple of years earlier in the Spectrum, but it's got a phase switch, and the phase switch actually knocks the two phases of the two coils of the humbucker out. So it's not like normally a phase switch. Yeah, you put that between the pickups, which means you reverse one of the pickups. So when you've got both of them on, you get that phasey sound. But that's not how the Westone was wired. It was when you're in the bridge pickup position alone and you hit the phase switch, it phased because it was phasing the two coils of the humbucker. Maybe that's what the original wiring would have been. I can't remember. It's been a while since I had a Westone Spectrum. I don't even remember if they have phases on them. The last one I had, I've only ever had two. There was the blue one, which had a blue fingerboard, which if it had been the red one, I would have kept it. Because it was blue, it looked black, which is really nice. Seeing broad sunlight, it was amazing. Blue fingerboard, transparent blue finish, blue back of the neck. It looked amazing, but it just looked black. unless it was, whereas there's a red one you can get, which has got a red fingerboard. It's like, I want one of them. There's actually one I want, my Ibanez Destroyer, that's available in red with a red fingerboard. I don't know why painted fingerboards never really seemed to be a thing. I remember my pal had a, what do they call it? He called it the Penguin. It was a Rickenbacker, which was apparently, he said it had been owned by Pete Townsend, but I don't think so. I think what I meant is Pete Townsend had one the same colour, but it had a white fretboard, like just gloss painted. And it just looked great. I don't know why. Hey, Taylor! Cheers, or sorry you don't drink anymore. But you can still appreciate the humour in it. I've completely put me out. I'm just talking crap. What's I talking about? I'd stopped talking. I was talking about the coloured fingerboards. There's also a Dean kicking about somewhere. It's not the best looking guitar. It's kind of like a sort of slightly pointy Strat, but it's lime green and lime green neck and all that. And it's like, yeah, more of that stuff. My missus was having a bottle last night. Classy lassie. I've met her. She's lovely. Yeah. Fine with tea. Well, I have to say that the Scott's big on his tea, and I've had more cups of tea with Scott than I had. I don't know how long have I known, a couple of years. I've definitely had more cups of tea with Scott than I have in my whole life put together. I remember I'd never even tried tea until the primary 7 school trip. So what would I have been? Kello On's on. So I was 11 when I was in first year, so 10. And I remember everyone going on about having a cup of tea. And it was up here, right, I'll have a cup of tea, see what it was like. And I was up here, why does everyone like this? This is minging. It was a few years later. And it was actually another band I was in Paisley called Baxter, where they were a big tea drinking thing. And it was like, you want a cup of tea? It's like, no, I'm all right, don't drink it. And then everyone else had a cup. It's like, just give me one anyway, and actually quite enjoyed it. I don't really enjoy it myself, but it's a good communal thing. Hey, Rocket Ronnie, what kind of tea do you guys drink in Scotland? I don't know. I'm not so keen on, what do they call it? Council tea, like Tetley and all that. I like the stuff Scott's always got the flowery shit. What's it? Earl Grey, Lady Grey, and something else. But obviously I went for what kind of tea do you want when it was an option. It was like Earl Grey, because of, that's what Captain Jean-Luc Picard always asked for. Earl Grey hot. So that's what I asked for. I get to quite like it. Hey Scott, I'm just talking about you, talking about tea. And I very rarely get council tea at your house. It's always the fancy shit. Hey Daniel, how's it going? Oh, the red fingerboard. Yeah, Mr. White. I know. I don't know why I never really caught on it, but it seems to be what year was it? 84 or 85 was the year that some people made red fingerboard guitars. And I didn't do it again. They just disappeared. And apart from that, Dean, which must be 2000s, keep seeing it. There's a bass version as well. I keep seeing them for like 60, 80 quid, pick up only in London sort of thing. You know, I've never seen one at that kind of price. Oh. You said hard out after midnight for Earl Grey last night. Well, quite right. I take it that's meant to be stewed tea, not seaweed tea. Is Earl Grey meant to be drank without milk or sugar? I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't fancy it without. Basically, if I'm thirsty and it's like, do you want a cup of tea? I'll go like, can I just have the water, please? You know, if I'm thirsty, I don't fancy it without sugar or milk. To be saying that, I don't know if I've ever even tried it. I've tried black coffee before, and it was just horrible. Bit of milk, but not much, just to make it out. Hey, Pontiac! These guitars are awesome. The reason I've got this out is because I'm actually fixing up. My pal last week got this one, which is later on. This is 87, so this is an 87 Washburn with the Wonder Bra on it. You can tell by the pointy headstock they've gone this way, but it's kind of like a. I think they still called it a 4 series at this point. The big difference is this has normal. This has, oh look, there's no heel, so the neck's much longer and kind of the bolt on bits here, not here because there is no heel. I was actually noticing when I was trying to play high up the fretboard. a minute ago. It doesn't really give you supreme fret access. Well, it's better, I suppose. You know, it's like you can get right in there, but it's just a bit silly. Pre-COVID, I was mainly coffee. After regaining my sense of taste, I'm now half and half, depending on the time of day. Half my pal Mo used to always offer you a cup of coffee tea, which was coffee and tea. And it was like, oh, do you want what was it called? A swirl or twirl? Do you want a twirl in it? Like, what? It was actually like chocolate bars, and they'd put like so you get like coffee and tea, milk and sugar, and half a chocolate, like a flake sort of thing in it. Or as I know, it was a swirl, so you could kind of use it like a straw for the first couple of sips. So you would be using that like because it's like sort of swirly shit and a chocolate outside. You'd be able to suck it, and it would just totally just disintegrate from the inside. It was melting. Great fun. Oh, honey. Well, yes, could be cool. Very early white one. Oh yeah, so do I. But this is, you can't really see it, but this has got the same finish that Scott's incredibly expensive telly has. You see it? You can't really. No, resolution has beaten me. But you can see the grain in below it, so it's like an opaque white. It's not white, it's see-through white. I really like it though. I like the idea of the one pickup. I'm kind of struggling with it just now because I kind of want to be playing a wee bit of clean stuff on it, but I do actually have one. In fact, I've got the Force. This is a Force 2. Yeah, that's the thing that always pisses me off about these. Force 2, one pickup. I've got another Force 2 that's got 2 pickups. This should be a Force 1, and the Force 3 is like a Strat, so it's got 3 single coils, and the Force 4 is a base. So that's all makes sense. But the Force 1, this should be a Force 1 with 1 pickup, but it's not. It's still a Force 2. Ugh. Hey Benny, Thunderbird. It's not a Thunderbird. Which I found out earlier on. If you look at the truss rod cover, it's a Blackbird. This is the Nicky 6 one. I've just modified it. It came with a kill switch, so I've just fitted a 3-way switch, which gives you neck both. So it's got something. You can't turn it off though, which is not something I've ever really noticed until you're sitting there trying to fidget with it. And it's like I kept getting these pure amazing sounds as the string would slightly start vibrating because it was plugged into the bass. But good fun. And this, which is apparently a thumb rest or a finger rest. So I haven't actually tried playing it yet. Somehow use it. I take it you hook your foot. I don't. It's just like a wee. It looks like a cupboard door handle or something on there, but I think it's an original to this guitar. But I suppose quite topical, seeing as Nicky 6. Is he not in? He might not be. Is he not Motley Crue? Motley Crue being all over to internet just now for the guitarist wanting to leave or being sacked or fighting out with the other rest of the band over playing along the backing tracks or something like that. Oh. Hey Taylor. Oh yeah, you showed me that. Yeah, the exact same stuff. There used to be lots of them. I've owned 4 or 5 of them, but there was 2 versions. Clearly there's 3 versions now. There's a full scale one, there's a full scale fancy one you've got, and there's the basically looks exactly the same, but it's short scale. And I've used the short scale neck on a couple of like 6-string basses and stuff. So I'm kind of always on my eye for looks. The thing about those basses is the tuners are great, the bridge is great. It's like they're slightly over fancy. They don't need to be as good as that. They don't need to be as good as that. It's just, and the necks are good as well. It's just the shape is. I find it unbearable to look at. That's why I just can't play one like that. But I mean, you get the same. You get similar at the Ibanez Ergodyne bass series, which are amazing basses. I couldn't play one. I would rather play I'd rather play a Jim Deacon P bass than a £1,000 Ibanez or one that's that horrible shape. Yeah. Yuck. Evaporated milk. Wow. Hey, James Q. What are your thoughts on Jaguars? You got any? I quite liked it. The thing is about a lot of these things, James, is when you get like the really cheap versions. I don't know if I've actually ever owned it. I've fixed a couple up, But see, like the Squire ones, the sort of lower end ones, and sort of copies, you know, your Stags and Westfields and stuff like that, they are Jaguar shaped, but they don't sound like a Jaguar. It's like they sound more like a normal guitar. Whereas the Jaguar I really liked, which till the guy told me the price he wanted for it, he wanted to set it up to fix it, to sell it. It was a Japanese, I think an early 2000s Japanese one, Fender. And it was really good. I really liked it. The short scale neck thing is completely offset by the massive body, kind of like that airline bass I was playing the other day. Well, it's huge. It looks as it, but it's only got a 30-inch scale neck, whereas the Jaguar's kind of the same. It's got a massive body and a shorter neck, so it's not like the shorter neck is purely to make the strings bendier, as opposed to make it more portable. You know what I mean? But no, I don't have any, and part of the reason for that is you don't get cheap versions. That's the same reason why I don't really have a Les Paul Junior or an SG Junior. You don't really get old Japanese guitars. They didn't copy them because they weren't popular. You know, okay, they are since like Nirvana, wasn't it? When we started, but I think at the time, when the reason Kurt Cobain bought it was because you could buy like 3 Jaguars for the price of a telly type thing, because nobody liked them. They were so unfashionable in the late 80s that they were nothing. I'm going to have to do some versus evaporated milk. Is it evaporated milk's Nestle milk, isn't it? Or is that Carnation milk? Which is which? Which is the one that's shite? Father Ted. UHT milk has a different thing. I'm getting them mixed up. But I remember, if you've never seen Father Ted, there's a bit where he's being a milkman, and there's this old guy, and he's like, going, oh, is that here? Yeah, so you just got to remember, it was milk goes off, so you've got to be in time. Unless it's UHT milk, of course. But nobody buys it because it's shite. And it's just like, so it's fucking hilarious. It's just like the monkey gripping the gem just for grabbing and throwing the bass down on stage. It could be, yes. I suppose it's one of those ones that, like on a Thunderbird. Sorry, not a Thunderbird. I just told you off for saying it. It's on the Firebird. It's quite big for flying about. So really, hitting somebody with it could be bad. You know, it's like, you know, this guitar's quite chunky as well, but you know, it's like you've got a lightweight Strat or something like that, and you drop it on someone's foot. It's like, ow, you drop a Thunderbird, it might crush bones and stuff. So maybe that's the reason. Can Nicky Six be restrung as a baritone? Any string. I was told this before because I sold a guitar to a guy. It was one of those wee Tesco guitars, like a sort of the Woolworths catalogue guitars. You used to see them a lot. He's actually getting quite a lot of money now. And he was going to tune his guitar. He wanted to be. I set it up, and I was playing great out with the tremolo and stuff. So yeah, I'm going to tune it. And the tuning he had was from Sonic Youth, and it was F sharp, F sharp, F sharp, F sharp, F sharp, G, F sharp, or something like that. One string wasn't F sharp. I was like, how do you get strings to do that? And what he said was, any string can do. You can make a string work at any scale length and any note. It's just got to be the right thickness of string. So if you couldn't put baritone strings on a 34-inch bass because the strings wouldn't physically be long enough, and if you tuned them up enough to the 34-inch, they'd be super taut. But if you were to make up your own set of strings with somewhere between the thickness of baritone strings and bass strings, and then tuned in baritone, you could get away with it. The way I look at it, it's like a baritone's kind of halfway between bass and guitar, which it means that there's, in a certain way, you can sort of cover everything, but it's not as good as a bass, or it's not as good as a guitar, a baritone. That's why they're not pure used a lot. They're sort of in the middle, kind of neither been as good as either, but they've been kicking about since the 60s. Like the Jaguar sound. Did Robert Smith not also play a Fender 6 as well? But I was kind of like, was he not playing those things because it was like, I'm going to buy the pure cheap bastard guitar, and because it's so unfashionable and uncool, I'll do that. Which kind of, I think a little bit of the Kurt Cobain as well, but now it's like they're cool, so it's kind of strange. Taylor, you get £300 for that. It was worth that, the telly bass. Some touring bases down south but jumped on it. Perfect. Carnation milk and tinned peaches. I remember it was tinned pears I always liked. I remember actually buying a tinned pear in the co-op one time. And, I've had pear slices because they're great, and as you say, with carnation milk. And it was like the tinned pear was like you opened it up and it was just one pear in it. All right, okay. It did say on it, tinned pear. It didn't say tinned pear slices or tinned pear chunks or quarters or whatever. I think there was 3 different versions of it. It was just one pear in a tin. It was nice. I like Django sounds. Yeah, Johnny Marr does play one. Yeah, no, they've definitely got their place. They're different. No, I had a shot of one with the guy who had actually fixed it for didn't like it, but I found as soon as I put the fuzz pedal on, it was like, oh. It depends what it is you're trying to do. I think if you're looking for something different, and because, like I was saying earlier on about the Jaguar, because you can get cheaper versions, they don't make them as extreme. It's the same thing happens with Strats and stuff as well. Like if you play a proper Strat, it's generally more Stratty because it's like they don't want to appeal. It doesn't need to appeal to everyone. If you don't like Strats, you buy something else. But it's like, generally when you're at the sort of cheaper end of modern guitars, they kind of make them all feel the same. So it's like, oh, here's the Squier Strat and the Squier Telly and the Epiphone cheaper Les Paul and stuff. They've all got the same sort of neck profile, the same sort of, and a similar type of pickups, which can kind of cover as many bases as possible in case you buy a Jaguar and you want to play Black Sabbath. It's, I would do it anyway, just out of a perverse thing. But it's like a more normal guitar. Like, but look at that, the Badger I sold recently. It was kind of like was that Squier something Sonic, Subsonic or something like that? It kind of looked like, so it did look mad, a bit like a Jaguar or something like that, but it was just a Strat. It was full on, just maybe a wee bit of a Gibson-y Strat sort of thing. Hey Jeff, kind of difficult though. I mean, it depends. It depends what it is you're after. I kind of like, one of the things I like, I don't use very many effects or anything like that, or that much EQ and shit. I just tend to plug whatever guitar I'm playing into that amp and then, oh, this is what this guitar sounds like. Great. No, right, I'm after something. I just plug it in and see what happens. And then generally they're all good. And if it's a guitar I don't like, I don't keep it. Carnation Evap was half the fat. Really? Sheep's milk? I don't know. Why not? But it sounds horrible. Well done, Scott. Get rid of that Blue Jim Deacon. I wonder how much I can get. I hope that green/blue Stag's still okay. I left it in the car the last couple of days since I came home from yours. Forgot about it, so it's been up and down in temperature a couple of times with the sun. Really good. After the heavy distorted guitar sound of punk Robert Smith sound in the first LP was a welcome change. I had his guitar. What was his guitar? The Robert Smith one. Was it one of those Sakai's or something? Because could he not go in to record the first album and need one of those Woolworths guitars with the big single coil pickups in it? And the recording engineer was just like, no, you're not using that. No, because they don't ever, they're not intonable. So it's fine if you're just battering it out. But if you're trying to record it, you want it to be in tune. And I think the recording, the studio peer talked to the management and made him go and buy a new guitar. So he did. He went and bought like a Jaguar or a Jazzmaster, whatever it is, and then got the shop to stick the pickups out of his crappy one in it, so he could still use the same pickups, but the guitar was in tune. That sounds fun. But I can see it. I think I prefer the Jaguar to the Jazzmaster. The Jazzmaster, although it's got jazz in the title, which puts me off a wee bit, but not much. It's just huge. Like the jazz bass body is a bigger thing, whereas when you put it on the Jazzmaster, it becomes almost like a bass, but it's not. It's kind of funny. I do like the Jaguars, but I don't own one. Scott's got a Jaguar, a 2-litre diesel. See what I did there? But yeah, actually, I remember my mum used to buy Nestle milk, which was condensed milk, not evaporated milk. Being the two difficult differences, and Nestle stopped making it, and it's now made by Carnation, which makes it more confusing. So you can now get carnation milk, which is the same as carnation milk from the 80s when I was a kid, and you now get carnation milk, which is the same as Nestle milk. Nestle milk, I mean, it's amazing. Love it. It's like you just sit, eat that with a spoon. It's the sweetest thing in the universe. Oh, my 80s PV Decade amp. Oh, is that the one that Josh Holmes? Did I not see folk try to sell them for 200 quid and shit like that? There was a guy who, actually the guy who I got the Yoshi guitar off had an amp with it. He actually messaged me a couple of weeks ago, or last week, saying he's going to sell the amp. Is that, do I want it? He's looking them up and they're selling for like 200 quid and stuff on eBay, or they're for sale for 200 quid on eBay because, like your Josh Home using the PV, it's Billy Gibbons used one for something. It's basically a 12-watt Marshall. They do look cool. It's got like the cool sort of the grill on it, but it's just a 12-watt solid state amp, or 15-watt, the same as your MG type thing. And he offered me for 50 quid, and it was like, yeah, you can go and take this because you'll find it easier to sell. You'll take this off me for 50 quid and sell it for 150 sort of thing. And it's just that whole me being a shit salesman. Yes, that's what they sell for. I'll give it that. Totally. Same with a Les Paul. Oh, I just bought this amazing Gibson Les Paul for £2,000 or £1,500 second hand. And it's like, yep. I was like, oh, was that a good buy? And it's like, well, you could sell it for £1,500. So yeah, is it as good a guitar as any of these ones? Is it fuck? No. So I don't like that idea of paying something where you're paying the premium for what it's worth rather than how good it is, sort of thing. All these guitars you can see in here, well, not the Thunderbirds, it's not mine, are punched way above their weight money-wise. But in saying that, if you pay £1,000 and then 6 months later it's worth the same amount of money, then fair enough, it doesn't cost you anything. Whereas if you pay a couple £100 and then 6 months later it's worth a couple £100, you've not lost anything either. So it's just a case of coming in. Oh, dilemma. I got my Squire FSR 70s. I don't know what's an FSR. 70s thin line, telly, wide range buckers, but an orange 100-watt Super Crush has shown up. The Super Crush is the one that everyone's been raving about. I didn't, because I don't do things that other people find popular. That's the one that's not Valve, is it? Isn't it? They've got one of them in the Mary Hill and the practice pad, which I can't remember what it's called the Audio Lounge now. We always used to call it the fanny pad. And now, and 20 years ago, it was called the practice pad, and then it got changed. It's in Mary Hill, and then the Black Sabbath band, it's changed to Hairy Milf. We go to Hairy Milf tonight. Yeah. So I don't know. Do I have a Telecaster or an amp? If you've got the, I'm not a big amp. Yeah, I'm not into amps. I don't have 10. You know, it's fine. I just like a good one. Fender Special run. All right, it's limited, but it might not be that limited, isn't it? It's like the Fender Special run, as in, yes, it's limited. There might only be 500 of these, unless they sell really quickly, and there's lots of demand for them, in which case we'll make more. That's kind of how it works, isn't it? But I mean, fair enough. To say something's limited edition and then, you know, it sells out in 10 minutes, you're like, well, damn, we shouldn't have made that limited edition. Whereas lots of other, you see it all the time. My pal, who actually owns a T-Gun, that does this. He kind of looks and it's like you get ones that are in a crazy color. So he's bought like a brand spanking new guitar. The PRS Silver Sky was one of them. It was his guitar, and it was like it was in whatever year it was. Was it a white, creamy white one or something? A funny color, a slightly odd color, and it didn't sell. So after a year, when it became last year's model, they knocked a third off the price. So he just bought a brand spanking new one for a third less than it costs, because it's. And it wasn't like a horrible color; it's just white or something, which isn't a standard color. I don't know. Cage Paps, Jazzmaster. I'd say everyone keeps telling me I look like J Mascis from Dinosaur Jr. Is it J Mascis from Dinosaur Jr.? I don't know. Was he not? Who's is that the guy? I thought it was the guy in Alice in Chains. People kept saying I look like, even though I don't look like him. Somebody actually told me I look like Rory Gallagher, which I didn't take it as an insult, because I know who he is. He's an amazing guitarist. He put glasses on. I was going to say I was wearing glasses the other day, but they're in the visor of the car. They were pink though. It was funny. I should listen to a bit more a bit more music. I haven't listened to it. I suppose I noticed there. I actually messaged Scott earlier on the new Extreme song that came out a couple of weeks ago, where it's like Extreme's not really a band I've ever known. I know the guitarist Nuno plays Washburn guitar, so I kind of know him, and he's quite small, he's quite funny, but he's really good. The solo in it's fucking amazing. Scott's happy. I just wait for the solo. Just but he remembers like I think did he say he was always meant to or actually did make up a compilation tape for the car, which was just all the solos from Extreme, and it's like that's genuinely new to me. So they had a new this morning. There was the two new songs that came out 3 days ago by Extreme, and I was watching it, and it's like you're watching it, and it's like normally I would just have gone, man, it's a bit bland, can't be bothered. But this one is like I'll wait for the solo, and then I did that for both the songs, and the solos were amazing. So it's kind of that's entirely new to me. I've never listened to a song purely as a lead up to the solo, the bit I want to hear, and then fade out. That's fine. You know what I mean? I've never done that. I know obviously something like Freebird has a big, massive ascending solo at the end and stuff like that, but I wasn't listening to the song for the solo ever on anything. Bizarre, isn't it? Bizarre. Yeah, the no solo broke the internet a bit, quite right. I mean, it's just I think it's relatively hummable. All the stuff. It's not. I don't know. I can't really think who it is. It's not music. I used to think Steve Vai was like that. It was incredibly impressive being able to do that. Yeah, it just didn't sound nice, or didn't sound like something you could hum. You're not going to be sitting in the car, or you're in the shower, kind of. What's that? What's that tune I can't get out of my head? It's unlikely to be a Steve Vai solo. You know, I mean, the way I look at it, but maybe we just didn't understand it. Hey, Big Ped. Oh, this SGS guitar is growing on me. The electrics have been pulled out, kind of weird, sitting around playing it with holes in it. I can't do that. Even when it comes down to, quite the common thing. Here's a guitar, it's only got one humbucker in it and a volume control. I struggle with the idea of having this guitar, like the one that's got two humbuckers in it, and only having one in it. So I've got a hole where there should be a pickup, and there's a hole where there should be another knob. Can't stomach that, no. And then you go, well, do I put a pickup and a knob in anyway, but not connect them? And it's like I couldn't handle that either. The same with my MIDI guitar. I bought that. See if I can see it there. The Casio. I just bought this basically as a Japanese Strat. I paid fuck all for what you pay for a Fujigen Strat, and it was like completely as the MIDI shit doesn't work. It's just a Strat, but it's a really good Strat, and it is an amazing Strat. And I was like playing it at home, and it was within an hour. I was just like that. I can't have this thing with switches on it, not doing anything. And obviously, stuff in the back as well. I can't have that. It's not, that's not good enough. I've got to. This has to work. Just a different way of looking at it. You can always. I mean, same thing with building like a. I really like Esquires. They're quite rare to get. You don't see very many Esquires, but you see them, they just look fucking great. When it's basically just a telly with just a bridge pickup. And basically any telly you've got, you can just buy another scratch plate for it. It doesn't have a thing cut in it, and you just put it on it, and then it's an Esquire. Whereas the Esquire's like, oh, that's the one that he showed me. My pal bought a Squire one, and it's like, you look at the Squires, whatever the price, at the £300 price range or whatever it is, and you get two tellies and an Esquire. I'm like, Esquire, it's the same fucking guitar with less in it. It's ridiculous. PIL, I feel I should know who they are. I don't know who PIL are. But a 70s Flying V with a Cortez brand. Have you heard of them? No, Cortez, yeah. Cortez are Cort or Cortec and Cortez. So it's I don't think it's 70s. I don't think Cortec were about the 70s. I think they were kind of early 80s on. Could be good though. I mean, Cort make hundreds of guitars. I was going to look in the back of this. This is Japanese, not this. They might have made that one. That might be Cort. And they make a lot of your Squire Classic Vibe and stuff like that. There's higher end Squires are made by Cort. The ones that say IC on them, Indonesian Cort. But then again, how similar is the Indonesian Cort factory to the Korean Cort factory? I don't know. Just because it's the same company doesn't necessarily mean it's the same thing. But I bet you it's good. And Flying V's are awesome. Actually, I was going to look at my Flying V tonight. I need to use it a bit more. We've got an old one. You pull socket. Have you had anything? The NAM, like the SD hyper switch. I don't know what an SD hyper switch is. No, I've not seen it. Has there been NAM shit? I've not seen any NAM stuff on YouTube. I know. I remember watching it. It must have been 2 or 3 years ago before the lockdown thing. And I think it kind of killed it a little bit. I don't know what. So Cage Paps, what is the HD? The SD for Seymour Duncan, yeah. Hyper switch. I know they did a thing where they had like you get pickup rings that had wee coil taps, like a couple of wee switches on it, like on the actual pickup ring. I don't like them very much. They were a bit fidgety. But it's up to your thing. Yeah, but the thing is, I do all the ones with the mad wiring, and there's always the possibility. I know it's different if you're getting me to wire your guitar for you, right? You're paying me, right? So if you're paying 40 quid or 50 quid to get your guitar with crazy wiring in it, paying an extra 20 quid or 25 or 30 quid for a switch that's fancy kind of makes sense. Whereas I'm sitting there with a guitar that I bought for 20 quid, trying to turn it into a bucky caster that does something stupid and not spending any money at all. So when I sell it for 120 quid, it's worthwhile doing. So I'm basically trying to run everything just using shit I've got lying about, cheap switches, other knobs, more pickups, all these sort of things rather than actual. But there's definitely a place for it. No, this is the Fat White Family and the Streets. Both are you. I've subscribed. I'm sure both on YouTube. James Hetfield talked recently about his Electrifying V, his first good guitar. That's the one I've got. Mine is branded Arbiter, but it's exactly the same guitar as James Hetfield's Electra. Just that Electra were an American importy thing. It's the same guitar though. But mine's not white. His might have been painted white. But I mean, he didn't even know when he bought it. He didn't know it wasn't a Gibson. So all you have to do is change the truss rod cover to get to a Gibson one, and you're there. And then it was like people go, "Happy, it's not a Gibson. It's great." Blah blah blah. It's happy. Yeah, Gibson don't have a bolt-on neck. Oh. But yeah, so the Arbiter I've got is the exact same guitar as James Hetfield's. They made it for mid-70s to late 70s, sort of 73, 78 kind of thing, something in there. You can see it branded Aria as well. There's a Vantage one, which is very similar. It's the same body in the same factory, but it's got a different headstock. Penge, I don't know what it is. Basically a 5-tooth with a Bluetooth, so you can have any combo controlled by an app. Oh, that's a dangerous thing, Cage Paps. You've obviously, everyone saw that thing, was a couple of years ago, when there was Gibson were driving a tracked excavator, a Hymac, over, with tank tracks over a big massive line of those Gibson Thunderbird guitars. And the reason they were destroying them was because they had too much technology in them. It must have been a tax write-off or something, which is a shame, because I mean, I'm sure the guitar was great. Probably not the £2,000 worth, but the problem is, obviously, when you look at how much money is that, why don't you just sell them or give them to charity shops, or you'll give them to a school or sell them for a couple hundred quid each? The problem is that if they've built the guitar for $200, they're selling it for $2,000. They've got to pay the tax on it. So just destroying it means that they're not out of pocket. Whereas if they sold them for $200, they've got to pay $150 tax on that, so it doesn't make it worth it. But the reason that they had to destroy them was because they tried to do technology. So there was a thing where you could fit your Apple phone into it or something like that. And it was like kind of that app controlled thing. But now, that was what 5 years ago they made them. Now none of the phones fit it. So it's like totally just immediately obsolete. It was immediately out of date by the time they'd spent a year developing it and brought it out. It was like, what, last year's phone, right? I've still got that phone. And you use it, and then in a year's time, your phone, you need to get a new phone, doesn't work. So I worry about that. Music Man stuck something similar in a Game Changer guitar a few years back. I do know Electra is Matsumoku. Pontiac, maybe. There are definitely a lot of Matsumoku. Oh, no. Yes. No, it is a Matsumoku. My Electra Flying V is as well. But I think Electra were like a brand. And they got, same as the way Ibanez did, they got Matsumoku to build these models for these years, but they also, at the time before that and after that and during the time, it's like Matsumoto didn't build acoustics, so they were building acoustics using a different factory and all that. But yeah, I mean, the Flying V I've got is basically, it's better than any of the Gibson ones I've played in every single way. Feel and sound and all that shit. It's just that it says Arbiter on it, and it's got a bolt-on neck instead of a language neck. The 80s and Japanese, it's crap. Mr. White, I don't agree. Because they still make them. They're just really fucking expensive. Like the FGN is kind of why I bought it, really, because that's obviously made in the same factory as, well, some of the ones on the wall. FGN, Matsumoto, and all that. And basically they're still the same. Like a modern Japanese Fender, it's going to cost you $1,500, but it's every bit as good as this. Every bit as good as this, the £1,500 Fender Japan. Because it's kind of the same. It's like the things that matter. Okay, it's different shape, different components, but the build, the most important bit. That's what when I was playing my Malcocaster the other day, my shitty made for a joke to see. I'll just make this for a laugh and smash it up, and oh my god, it actually works. I built it really well, so it plays really well. Better than any Harley Benton by twice, easily. Any Harley Benton, unless you took the Harley Benton when you got it, you took it to bits. Completely fucking filled all the holes and put them all in the right place, all that shit, you know. But yeah, so Fujigen Japanese guitars are still amazing. They're still as amazing as they were in the 80s. It's just they cost thousands of pounds, whereas you can pick up these for a 300 something. I don't know, something like that. Gibson have released a greenie. The Kirk bought the guitar from Gary Moore, Peter Green. Oh, Cage Paps! I'm going to go. I'll see that this summer because I'm going to Download Festival, and Metallica are playing twice on different sets. No duplicate songs are playing on the Thursday night and the Saturday night. So I've seen every Metallica song I've ever heard easily, plus all the ones I have never heard. But I think he uses it. He goes up and unfortunately plays Whiskey in the Jar on it, which is a bit. There must be a better one. There must be a better song you can play on it than that. Namsho Bah Humbug. He picked up an 81 Destroyer and Fire Red Bastard. I'd love an 81 Destroyer. Would be lovely. That's the does it get the cream pickups? Sort of that kind of thing. It's the Adrian Smith one, isn't it? Yes, I'd love one of them. I do actually have a Destroyer, but mine's an X series, so it's got like an extra cutaway. It's like an Explorer, but it's got an extra bit on it. It was on my wall for ages until I took it off. It's great fun. But 81 is an early one. That'll be a fucking amazing guitar. I would put that 81 Ibanez Destroyer up against any Gibson Explorer ever built, and I bet it's better. Or if you set it up and it wasn't fucks and all the bits were there, it's better than a Gibson one. I know this because actually the best looking Explorer I've ever seen, my pal Jim had, and he bought it really cheap. It was like 400 quid. It was black with white binding. I can't really remember. Gold hardware. A Gibson one, set neck. It weighed a ton. And he's up here. I think you'll like this, Malky. I hate being called Malky. But happy as I had a shot of it, and this was only about 2 weeks after I bought the Destroyer. And even my Destroyer, which is all the paint taken off it, someone scalloped the fretboard. I hardtailed it because it was all ripped out with was a better guitar. It's like you're playing it and going, this one, it's worth nothing. You know, it's worth 50 quid or 100 quid. That's worth $1,000. It plays better, it sounds better, everything about it was better apart from the fact that the Gibson one looked amazing. So I'm holding that. Hyperswitch is £200 in the UK. Wow. People like to spend money on things though. It's that thing. I do understand. Obviously I just went for a mental, but some people are like, they don't want to have more than 2 or 3 guitars, but it's their guitar. They've had it since they were 16. They absolutely love it. Oh, the bridge pickup's broken. I need to buy a new bridge pickup. What's the best pickup to buy? And they look up the forums and they go up here. Oh, what you want is the Warman, blah, 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 40 quid. And they're like, no. You get like a Seymour Duncan for 100 quid. They're like, oh, that's a wee bit better. Bare Knuckle do one for 150. Oh, Lawler pickups you can get. They do one for 250. And that's the one I want. It doesn't fucking make any difference what they sound like. They want to spend more money. It's like the more money you spend, the better it is, isn't it? No. Hey, Big Ped, it's not a Thunderbird bass, no. It's a Blackbird, because it says so on the headstock. It's the Epiphone Nicky 6 version, which is basically the same as the Epiphone Thunderbird, or it was at one point, apart from it's got inlays and it doesn't have any knobs. It's just got a kill switch, but I've now fitted a 3-way switch to it. You can't see that because of where that is, though. And you can't see it now because it's black. You just have to believe me that it's yeah, it doesn't have any switches, just got an on-off switch on it. Electra was St. Louis music. That makes sense, yeah. Still around, still contracting with Asian. Yep, there you go, yeah. Oh. The Velcrocaster. How much the price ticket? It wasn't a plan, though. It didn't. It wasn't meant to be great. I didn't need another guitar. It was made as a sort of joke. Well, look at this, and the idea was I didn't even plane it. I left the barcode on the back of the piece of wood. It fucking works, though. I think Mr. Whitesnake, you need to buy one. The trick is to buy a guitar that you don't like the shape of. That's kind of what I was saying about that the bass that Taylor's talking about. You want a bass, you want a fancy bass, but you don't want to pay £1,000 to get one that's interesting looking. Just fucking cut a piece of shit up yourself, and then keep the neck and all that. Just as long as you put. I mean, this was like I built that with no concept of what a guitar was, how to build one or anything. I mean, at the time I had my Epiphone SG, my Gibson SG, my Schecter Telecaster, my Yamaha Acoustic, the Schecter P bass, possibly the second Schecter P bass, something like that. That was my entire range of guitars. I didn't realize you could buy cheap ones that were really good. I thought you'd, and it's because I'm looking at the Epiphone and the Gibson, you know, kind of bizarre. Seen Metallica twice. Are they good? I'm sure they are good. I really don't. I'm kind of put off my lot because I don't like Lars, the drummer, because he's got one of those faces you just want to punch. I'm sure he's really lovely. I'm sure I got on with him. But when you see him in interviews, he just one of those people, one of those folk you just want to hit. Hey, Clive, what am I drinking? I'm drinking the glorious wine. The Buckfast, obviously. That's all I drink. Oh. Big story about today in the UK and an emergency alert test. What's an emergency alert test? Conspiracy theorists going mad? I don't know what that is. I saw somebody who had posted. There was a comment on Jim will paint it or something on Facebook. It's a guy who kind of people send in a silly idea and he paints it using Microsoft Paint. And it's an entertaining internety sensation thing. And it's up here. Here's two films we're going to watch tonight. One of them was like, I don't know, was it Cannibal Holocaust or something like that? And the other one was Threads, and it was like pure Threads. Oh fuck! And then this was the other day, and then it got posted back again today. Go up here, see the number of people that commented they saw Threads and shat it, and understand why everyone who grew up in the 80s in the UK is fucked. Threads is horrendous. Watch Threads. I actually managed to download it. And I tried to put it on YouTube and it wouldn't let me do it. Copyright. And it's like, but you can't buy it in video or DVD. The reason you can't buy it is because you don't want you to see it. Because if they put that on the TV, it was like an 80s thing. If they put that on the TV or made it available just now, Fast Lane would be fucking shut down. That's where all the nuclear arsenal is, like 20 miles away there. And basically, kind of not too bad about it after watching Threads, because basically what happens, it's in the 80s and it's set in Newcastle, something like that, North England. And it's like, it's what happens if they're talking about a fictional war between Russia and somebody in the Middle East. And then the bombs start going off. And then basically being here would be fine, because one of the first places to go would be Fast Lane, and I would be incinerated in the first 30 seconds. That's what you want to happen to you if there's a nuclear holocaust. Incineration in the first 30 seconds. Yes, not Threads, because that happens, I don't know, about half an hour into it, and an hour later you're going, oh my god, it's getting worse. And then another half hour later you're like, Fuck! If everyone in the world saw that, it would have been no nuclear weapons. Check it out. Well worth it. Get yourself some Buckfast. Made in Devon. 3 p.m. all smartphones should have had the alert. Basically what we get before being nuked. Really? All right, I didn't get it. As I said, because of where we are, if anyone's going to nuke Britain, they're going to nuke Fastlane, and that just wipes out the entirety of Scotland. That's why they like it there. They tried to move it to, because of the independence thing that was going on about 10 years ago. It was like, oh, where can we move Fastlane, you know, where all the nuclear bombs are? Where can we move that to? And there was a place of moving it to somewhere down in England, and it was like, can't do it. There's 50,000 people live within the blast radius of that. You can't put it there. You can't put 50,000 English people in danger. Right. How many people get wiped? How many people are in the blast zone of Fastlane? Scotland. Glasgow, Edinburgh, 100 miles north, 100 miles south. All of us, all incinerated in the first 30 seconds. Scottish people, don't matter. They don't vote for Conservatives anyway. That's basically it. Bastards. Ugh. Thread is free to view on the Internet Archive. Is it? Find it, watch it. It's terrifying. And you'll end up, after watching it the following day, I remember walking to the shop and just going, wow, we're so lucky. It's pure mind-meltingly bad. Oh. Check out the film The Cell or something like that. Cell phones, people have Sissy 5 cell phone guitar tuner apps and my Zoom pedal against my tuning fork. €300 tuning fork. Wow. Is it tuning to thingy though? Is it tuning to A440? Because it could be A432 or whatever it was. I'm at ground zero, 1 block from Kirtland Airport Base. They have 3,000 nuclear missiles buried in the desert. Fact. Yeah, live here. There's no desert here. So that part of it's not the same as here. And it's like something like they're holding 300 missiles, and each one of them is 100 times more powerful than Hiroshima. And they're basically, see the ones that are 10, 20, 30, 40 years old. What do you do with them? Let's just bury them in this Scottish mountain. Will it not leak? Aye, but it'll be fine. Yeah, it's fine. That's totally, we're all fine with it. It's great, you know what I mean? Because they mention it on the news and stuff, do they fuck? Yeah, no, it's terrifying. But basically, Pontiac, you're better off if there's a nuclear war, just be there. There's an American version of Threads as well, which is a little bit more Hollywoody, still terrifying, but not probably more terrifying for you because you'll kind of recognize what life's like in America. So I think, okay, this is set in the 80s, so it's like the 80s America. You're kind of, it's like truck stops and big long roads and all that shit. Yeah, it's like, so it's kind of a wee bit alien to us. For me, it's like Sheffield or whatever it is, just only 150 miles down south, and basically looks exactly the same as Glasgow. In fact, some of Threads was shot in East Kilbride. Actually, Scott was talking about it. He remember seeing it on the telly in the 80s, and when they blew up like a street that was in East Kilbride, and it was on at like 8 o'clock at night during the week on a school night on, like, there only were 3 channels, so on one of the 3 channels, so everybody watched it. And he said when he went to school the following day, everyone was just like that. Yeah, understandably, man. And we drinking Bud Light tonight. You don't drink Bud Light in Scotland. I've had one. Was it Bud Light, the low calorie one? I don't know. I remember someone telling me, my pal Michael was like, "Oh, Bud Light's been amazing to drink in America. Do you want to try that?" So I got a can, and it was like, I'm not really a beer drinker anyway, so it doesn't really work. I don't know about the in tune thing. I mean, a tuning fork. I do actually have a tuning fork. I remember having it. You kind of you join it and then stick it on your head and it vibrates through your skull, or you can stick it on the guitar and it vibrates through your guitar. Quite liked it. It's good. I don't know. I mean, actually, I keep meaning to buy a tuner. So I've got those. The one I've got just now, the old Arion stage tuner, which I paid £65 for in 1998. So I'm going to get my money's worth out of it. It's a chromatic. It's not a chromatic tuner. It's like, it's like an automatic one, which was a big thing at the time, but it only does EADGB. So if you're trying to tune it to what one of those letters? F. It doesn't have an F on it. So you turn it up from E and it goes E, 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 A. Or G even. So it's not ideal for funny tunes. Oh, I use myself very, very little. I think use the internet just for texting mostly. Keep away from my boss kit. Yes, okay, fair enough. I grew up in the era of when cell phones start, or we call them mobile phones, but cell phones came in, and I resisted it for so fucking long. It's like that people would just sit. It's like, see the absolute bad manners of sitting on the phone. Like, the fuck are you doing? There's two of us were sitting watching, having a wee bit of a jam or sitting, listening to records, wee bottle of Bucky, and you're fucking on your phone and you're like, hello? What are you doing? And it's like, oh, I don't mind. There is situations I get it myself. You look at the text and it's like something important. It's like, got a text message. Hey man, I've just broken down in Edinburgh. Any chance you can come give me a lift? I will reply and go, sorry, got to take this. Sorry man, I'm drinking. I can't come. Hope you good luck. Have you tried someone else? Blah, blah, there. Done. But the thing that got me was that you're sitting there and happy. What? Is something really important? Something important going on? No. What? But you fucking sitting on your phone, fucking typing shit in and looking stuff up and when it's like fucking really pissed me off. Oh, but I don't like them either. I'd even just like that recent one. Okay, it does do. It's awful good when you've got to wait for somebody. I remember the first time I really noticed was I was meant to meet a guy in Croy train station to sell him a guitar. Did a deal. It's like pure reason I met Edinburgh. And I was like, but no, but you get the train over. You get the train. Croy's just over there, and then it goes to Glasgow. So I went to Croy train station, and I got a 10 spends. I saw a train go past it, 70 mile an hour like that, and I got a text message 30 seconds later going, "I'm on the train that just passed the station. I think I got the wrong one." I was like, right, so okay, man. Make sure you get the right one on the way back from Glasgow. So I had half an hour to kill, and it was like, oh, not the guy's fault. It was fair, I can just look up YouTube and just sat and watch YouTube for half an hour. It's fucking great. Like that. That's a good situation. And also the sat nav thing is dead handy. But pish. Oh. Got my old flip phone back. I could get one, but I have to change my number. I used to have that flip phone. The one that was famously. My pal used to have the one that was in the Matrix as well. Cobra beer. Paralysed in a wheelchair or shit, man. And people keep always staring at their phones and bumping into me in public places. Gonna get an air horn and start. Fucking right. Yeah, fuck them. I remember when I was in China, everywhere it was much worse than here. It was literally just, they were all, I don't know what kind of phone it was. Was it an iPhone? Like quite a big one that was gold. Everyone had that. They're just all walking about like this, like just like zombies, apart from one guy I remember going past. And it was like, there's a Chinese guy, and he just on his t-shirt just said, "Get off your fucking phone." And he's like that. And it was like, the reason I noticed him was because it was the only person I could see their face. And he's just walking like that. And it was like, I just standing there. I actually slowed down the bike and I rubbed it like, yes! I went on, and he was just like, obviously, just walking down Main Street, Shenzhen, with your t-shirt on, and there's a hairy Scottish person hangs over the road in a motorbike and goes, yes! Right at you. He's just like, you're fuck! Yeah, quite funny. Oh. Don't be on your phone if you're hanging out with wood. Yes. But I mean, I remember it being back, even when you go back to the original Nokia phones and shit like that, and folk were, they're starting playing fucking Snake. Is it Snake? Centipede, whatever it's called. You're like, come on. That? Really? Really? Is that worth it? Really? But that's the same thing when it's like, I can play games. I had a Game Boy. I could play my Game Boy right now if I wanted when we're sitting with pals. Did I ever? Did I? Fuck. The only time we ever played that ever was I remember my wee brother got the Super Nintendo and a thing called a Super Game Boy, which meant you could stick, it was like a cartridge with a slot in the top of it. You stuck it into the Super Nintendo, and then you could put Tetris from the Game Boy in on it, and then you could play it on the TV. And I remember playing that, and it was fucking great watching Tetris. And basically, I think it was set. I was like, show me how that works. So I showed it out, and I was like, half a dozen. There was 10 of us, 16, sitting there playing this, and it was like, pure, I give a shot at that. have a shot, and then the shouting started. Left, fucking no, flat one, and just like a football crowd shouting at the screen. That's why you're doing it. And it's up here. The games were only like 2 minutes long. Dead. It's up here, right? You have a shot, and it was up here. Pure shouting at folk on it. Fucking great. But that wasn't a personal thing. I was watching it on the TV. Still always with Starfleet issued communicator. And why don't you get one that looks exactly like a Star Trek communicator? I'm sure they may. Why just make it look like that? Make that noise, bastards. Smartphone zombie. Yeah, no, I'm not a phony person. Donkey Kong was the last video game I played in 1981. Oh no, I went a wee bit longer than that. I did decide when I sold my Atari ST, putting an age on me, I actually got more money than I paid for it because it had hundreds of copied games. I didn't replace it. My wee brother did buy a Super Nintendo, and I bought F-Zero for it. So I used to use that sort of a little bit, but it was never mine. And then when the Xbox thing came out and the PlayStation and stuff, I was just like, by that point, I got a guitar, and I figured I got pretty good at some of the ST games. You know, hours of practice, and you'd get really good. You know, it's like I can't remember which games I used to play. I'd be really good at it. It was completely pointless. Whereas if instead of learning to be really good at Grand Theft Auto or Street Fighter or something, instead of being pure killer at that, I could be playing the guitar the whole time. And then after a year, when the game goes out of fashion, I'd still be able to play the guitar. That was at least my thinking. I never really got Donkey Kong. No, actually, it was only last week. I eventually crashed, bought this. It just looks like an Xbox controller. It was like 12 quid. Because I just found out that my favourite game of all time, which is F-Zero X on the N64, it's got Japanese metal as the music's basically like baby metal but without singing. It was always my favourite. I remember when I bought that because I really loved F-Zero and the Super Nintendo. And we brother got the N64 and I put it on and plugged it in. And normally it comes up with it's got like a Nintendo logo and it goes bing 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 or something like that. This one went I was up here. Oh, my favourite game, F-Zero. This is the new one, and it's fucking amazing. And basically, if you just type into Google, play F-Zero X, you can just play it straight up. And it's fucking HD and everything. Just like, oh. So I bought a controller. I was playing it yesterday. Fucking amazing. Hey, Tam, sell your wee Spear LP, you know you want to. Sell who? Me? You? Say if you want. It needs work done to it. Just because I've had so many... Again, I want to iterate that I'm not complaining about this. I've got such a queue of guitars to do. I can't get at mine. It's like it comes in on the Sunday night. You know what I mean? I'm sitting there going up here. Normally, I would dig out one of my own guitars and do the half hour's work that's needed to make it perfect. Now that I know how to do it, sort of thing. And it's like I've got so many other things to do. I mean, I managed to do that. That Blackbird, I've had it for a couple of weeks, and just like other guitars. Almost ran over one crossing the street and tried to stream set from my phone. Very good. Well, watch it on your laptop. Go for it, Pontiac. Yeah, it is possible to watch it on your phone. I mean, to be totally fair, I mean, I used my phone 2 weeks ago when we were away in the camper van with Scott. And it was like, I could take videos and then upload them. And then I even just tried to do a live stream. It's like the phone fucking does that. Still impresses me. Good fun. Hey, Pontiac, get yourself an HDMI lead and watch it on the telly. I mean, I do have a laptop. You can see it sitting there, which I use for looking up crap on eBay and Facebook Marketplace, as you do. Messenger. That. And then I've got a big PC, which you can't see up there, which basically runs my telly. It doesn't even have an aerial plugged into it. Basically, everything I watch is just, it's like I just get the computer plugged into the telly and I just watch shit on YouTube and the pirate sites and all that. And do these videos. That's it. I don't need much more than that. Last console was the ZX Spectrum. Wow. Technically, that's not a console. I do remember having a shot of a ZX Spectrum. Must have been quite... I always remember it was at Daley Thompson's thing. There was a game... I think my uncle had it and we borrowed it. I mean, we're going back to... I must have been 4 or 5 or something. My very first recollection of it, because I've actually still got it. Mum had an Atari 2600, you know, the one with the wooden panel on it. I keep thinking I was going to convert it into a guitar, thinking I could use the switches that were on it to change the pickups. You know, just basically put a guitar in it. But I saw one, someone's done it before, so I never bothered doing it myself. Hey, Sam says you're back. Yeah, totally. I'm going to Buckify it. And the thing is, I was in Tony Blitzkrieg shop. He's got one, like one that's been done up, but it's still in good, newish condition. It's a kind of relic one, but it's exactly the same model and everything. I was going to Buckify it. I just get fed up with it. Really pissed off with it. My friend sent me an iMac Mini. Turns out it's great for music production. Needs a desk for it though. Still looking. Right. Yes, I have heard so many things. Is it called GarageBand? Where the Apple thing is just amazing and it's so easy to use. I'm probably 5 years out of date here though. Maybe you can use it in the computer on a PC as well. But yeah, the Apples are just for folk who don't like computers. I don't like computers. I should have Apple stuff. They're just so fucking expensive. I mean, fuck off. So I think I'll buy a laptop. Oh, okay. You buy an Apple, they're good. So why were you looking at a laptop? Oh, 300-400 quid. You know, I can get a laptop. All right. No, how much is the Apple one? $2,500. Right. I'm not really. I can't do that. It's like, oh, why have you got a Panda? Why don't you have a Ferrari? And it's like, well, I don't have hundreds of thousands of pounds to spend on a car. It's not even an option. The Ferrari is much faster and looks cool as fuck. Totally. Yeah, but hey Clive, what's it? Oh, you've not seen it much. That's one of my favourite guitars. That's my Ibanez. And you can get them not that much. It's not a Strat. It's a Roadster. Mr. White's got one of these as well. An Ibanez Roadster. 1986. Got the best trem I've ever seen. It's ugly. Not the best looking trem. But it really does return to pitch like no other thing ever. Ibanez Super 70 pickup, same as what Van Halen used. Super low output, amazingly Strat sounding pickups. Bit thinner, basically made in Japan. It's see the £1,500 Fender made in Japan guitar, it's that. But you can pick them up for 200. I bought that for £110, thinking obviously I was going to haggle. £110. Someone says 110. They're taking 100 as an offer. But as soon as I played it, it was just like pure, this is fucking amazing. Wow. There's your money. Thanks. And then that was basically out the window, the whole idea of selling it, doubling my money on it. It's like, no. There's not really any guitars better than that. There's ones that are more expensive and fancier looking. But yeah, you want one. I don't have a telly. Oh, really? You think about a telly. I don't have a big telly. I mean, that's for me. That's still quite a big TV. I don't know. Is it a 28-inch or something like that? But I've seen it when I go into normies' houses, and they've got a telly that's fucking the whole size of that wall. It's like, what are you watching on this? It's like, I can understand it. See if you're a total film buff. You know, like you have movie night where you sit there and you're like folk that are pure mad into films. I like films. I watch films. But I'm not a total film buff. But if you're totally mad into it and you're watching, you know, whatever films you pure love and it's like being in the cinema. I totally get it. But I mean, every time I ever see anyone with one of these TVs that's, you know, 60 inch or something, they're fucking watching EastEnders or something. And you're like, why? What is it you can see in EastEnders and super 4K massive screen? How's that any different from just watching it on a 40, maybe not a 14-inch telly, which I grew up with, maybe a 20 or something like that, you know? Hey Craig, yeah, sorry, I haven't answered about this. Is a band I'm associated with, Lederwurst, which means unbelievably cool rocking band in German. It's nice hits, which I think is tits. I think it should be what do I think? Neat hits would have been good. Or something else. Just something that ends with a T first would be good. Yeah. The only reason, Clive, I don't play it all the time is because I just you lot get bored of it. It's basically the same as this as well. These Japanese ones are just ridiculous. But if you can get one, look them up. They're always, you can only get them in red, white, and black because it's the cheap model. But fucking belter. Oh, the red Roadster. Yeah, Joachim, I've got the Blazer. In fact, the Blazer actually, I had to take one of them off the wall. I took the Blazer off. Blazer's a much more expensive guitar, much more fancy and stuff like that. And more like a Strat, much more like a Strat. That's better than a Strat. That's like your ultimate sports car. You put a V8 in, just amazing. Hey John, East Coast telly looks cool. I've not really seen. I think East Coast stuff's all right. Yeah, I don't really know much about them. East Coast, not the brand that what's his face, Lee Anderton was talking about. Where he kind of he get pissed off, which I understand, and I genuinely, I say this again, one of the reasons I like one of the YouTube guitar channels I actually watch is Anderton's, because I like Lee Anderton. I think he's genuine, and that makes a huge difference when it's genuine, when you've got somebody who's not having to say something because their job depends on it. Okay, he's the guy at the head of Anderton's, you know what I mean? He owns the shop and all that, but if it's something he doesn't like, he just goes, I just don't like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's like 8 strings pointy guitar. It's crap. I hate it. Oh, it's good value though, sort of thing. You know, I mean, other ones you can get that are 8 strings that I hate as well are not as good. But I mean, it's like, you know, it's like fine, which you can't get if you're trying to do it for a job. He's not. He can say whatever he wants. Music is Fun also uses Cubase by Steinberg, originally made in the 90s for recording orchestras. Use about 30% as video audio production. Wow. I'd love to do it. I just don't get it. Didn't Gary Moore play the same Ibanez as that in the 80s or similar? No, the actual guitar that Gary Moore used for Out in the Fields, which I say every time I bring this guitar out. Out in the fields, out in the streets. This is the guitar he used. This is an Ibanez RG530 from 1986. His one isn't this fucking amazing colour. His is black. Same bridge, same pickups, and that's the one he used for that song. In the video, he's playing this one. He's also playing the one from the year before, which isn't this one. No, this is the one. Yeah, I've had this for years. I didn't really realize how good it was, but that's a fucking belter of a guitar. It really is. That should. If I only had one guitar, it could be that one, and I would basically just wipe the floor with everyone. The problem I think I've got with that one is, though, compared to the red one, is it's got fanciness shit. Okay. What does binding do to the sound and the quality? Nothing. What does the fancy top do? Nothing. What does the amazing colour do? Nothing. All those things just cost money, don't make the guitar better. That one doesn't have any of those things. Paint it red. At the door. Amazing. Anderton, basic. I've seen it, yes. How much does it cost, though? Because the way they talk about it, I've had this before with these things. Super budget. Oh, amazing. Can't believe you can get a guitar for this price. Blah, 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 blah. All that. It's 250 quid. It's like, for me, a £250 guitar should, maybe it's just because I'm old. I feel like a £250 guitar should be a fucking gigging monster. You should be, for £250, you should be able to get a really good guitar, not one that's all right. I know, I mean, you can spend that in a Harley Benton and get a guitar that, if you do a lot of work to it, it could be okay. It's never going to be great. Whereas something like the FGN's like 500 quid new. It's so far ahead. It's basically the same as the Roadster. Well, it's a different shape, but made in the same factory 40 years later. Same quality, similar thing. When you compare it to, but you can get for 500 quid, you can get a Squier Classic Vibe or a Mexican Telly. They're fucking nothing like as good as that. They're half the price to build. It's very difficult to point at things that are behind me. That Red Roadster for sound variety from the BL550. Mine was for free as a 14-year-old. Dad had to pay. Yeah, it's fine. Yes, it was cheaper than Squier and Fenders. It's ridiculous. I know. No, it's totally wrong. I watched Dave's World of Fun. People have told me about Dave's World of Fun stuff. I watched an episode, didn't like him. I need to give it another shot, though. Mad Malco and Mr. White and Music is Fun. That's it for guitar channels. I hate Troglies. I went through a stage. The thing is, it's like, I've got a little bit of a, maybe it's just jealousy. Actually, I'll probably close that so people can't see me. Maybe it's just jealousy, but I don't like, I see when I see a channel, basically any sort of channel, that's got kind of like 1,000 subs or something. It's like, yeah, I can comment and make a difference and watch this, and it actually affects somebody. Whereas you look at somebody like Trogley, they're getting thousands of dollars a month, so they're kind of, it's like it doesn't have the same. They're not doing it for the passion; it's a job. Whereas I'm doing it for fun. That's why I can say what I want. Gary did play Ibanez at that. He didn't. Eddie Van Halen and Phil Collin play Ibanez Destroyers. They did, yes. Yes. Ibanez weren't originally that cheap. I pre-rolled fag before I started, so I didn't have to do it when I'm online. There's those fucking. I spent half an hour looking for them yesterday. They were sitting there. Bastard. Damn it. I was like, those needle nose pliers would have been absolutely perfect for whatever it was doing, and I ended up using a monkey wrench, which did it, but it was fucking brutal compared to the ones I actually wanted. The reason I couldn't find them is because they were sitting on top of the record player. Right. By the by. Yes. Oh. But yeah, I'm the same. Talking Pontiac, I don't watch any guitar channels. The only ones I watch are Andertons. Because I'm saying that, I don't think I'm subbed. I haven't seen a video for a couple of weeks. Maybe it just depends on whether if you don't watch a couple of videos when they come out, they don't bother telling you about them anymore, sort of thing. The thing I had to say about the Trogleys ones was, I like some of it, but see when it got to the bit when he was playing the guitar, he was a pure uninspired player. He's showing you it playing, I'm not interested. I just turned them off all. I used to watch the start. And the problem is when you're sitting there looking at guitars, it's like, oh, this is amazing. Oh, that's Les Paul, and it's like, oh, it's quite rare because it's got like red binding, and it's like, oh, it's got this pickup in it. It's like, yeah, I got it for you. It's a £10,000 guitar, $10,000. Fuck off. No guitar's worth $10,000. I want somebody got up here. Here's a Washburn Force 2. This will absolutely wipe the floor with anything but a really, really well set up American Strat. And it's £300 if you can find one. You're not going to be able to find one, but if you can find, that's kind of the sort of money they go for because nobody knows what they are. Hey Ben, which do you prefer, the Roadstars or the RGs? Actually, that's a loaded question because are you going to be able to see this? This one and the white one. So on the headstock, Roadstar series. Yep. On the back, you can see it. Model number, you can't see it. It's on a silver piece of paper. That's it there. RG140. So RG Roadster guitar in 1986. The RS series gone. The RG Roadster guitar series came in. Though this is an RG in every way because it says RG on it. RG140. That's a 530. RG. So do I prefer them to what you mean? Do you prefer them to the more modern ones? And when you say more modern, you mean this isn't an RG, but it's this shape one. That shape. They're not. You don't have to join the club. You don't have to join Club RG to own a Roadster. A Roadster shows you know what you're talking about. An RG says, and I can't do that. So I'm still a wee bit off that. I would say probably the Roadster. If it came to it, I assume they are. It's an RG as well, but yeah, it's a difficult one. The binding on a Les Paul to fool you into thinking it's an acoustic as it breaks your toes. Tam, leather sausage. Yes, I know. I don't know this. It is leather sausage, Tam. I do know that, but it's funny in some respects, isn't it? I don't think this t-shirt's going to last very long. I think it's like you can see it's like, I think it's been printed out at home in a printer and ironed on. It's already, some of it started falling off and I've been wearing it for like an hour, but it'll work. Dave's World of Fun. Dave is a Canadian curmudgeon. I don't know what a curmudgeon is. Look a bit like Steve Harris. Really? No. I've never been told a lot like Steve Harris. Yeah, I paid the price for a 68 telly with a maple cap or a 69 thin line with a maple cap. I suppose if you want, I don't know, if you really want one, but I mean, it's just like, you do get really nice telly. And Scott's telly is really fucking nice. It's a £2,000 one though. So I mean, it's $2,000. So is it worth $2,000? Probably, yeah. I mean, is it better than the FGN? Yes. Is it twice as good as the FGN? No. Definitely not. It's, you know, it's 20% better, but that was £500 brand new, not $2,500 brand new. You get in certain, you do kind of sort of get what you pay for, but not really. There's ways around it. It's just to get guitars that are built to this quality are up in custom shop prices. Basically, that's why I'm mad into the 80s Japanese stuff, which I've still not done a video on why I like these guitars. It's just like, yes, there are, if you go into guitar or whatever it is, there are guitars that are on a par with this and better than this, but they're all custom shop. Any of the sort of standard models. Okay, put this up against a standard USA Strat. Everyone's going to take the Strat, including me. Is it a better guitar? No. But it's an American Strat, so it's like, oh, but it's an American Strat thing, you know. It's not the same. £187 was the price back for my 83 for my first installment electric guitar Roadster 2 BL540. 187. So if you multiply that out, what did you say? 1983? Yes, 1983 money, right? To when did I look it up? In the last year, basically 3 times. So let's just round it up to 200 quid. Nowadays, that's worth £600 in real terms. And for £600, it's an absolute fucking steal. In fact, actually, for £600, it puts you in the same category as that. And that's a Telecaster, whereas the Roadster, the Blazer, is a Stratocaster. That's the main difference. All the other things are kind of the same. So they're still there. They're still there. Curmudgeon. It sounds like a Scottish word. Curmudgeon. Old and unhappy whinger. Me, then. Nice. I don't mind being a moaner. That's like things you can moan about. Binding help guitars to be seen in the old black and white telly? Possibly, yeah. I mean, it's the thing I've got. One of the issues I've got is it's the old paying money for it. You know, it's like if you're looking at like a Les Paul, for example, I'd be looking at the studio one because it's basically exactly the same guitar, but it doesn't have all the extra stuff put on to make it look nice, and it's like 2/3 of the price. And it's like, well, none of the things on a standard that are different between a standard and a studio make it sound better or play better. None of those things do. The binding, the fancy inlays, you know, the flame top, none of that makes it sound better. All of those things are to make it look cooler. That's it. And it's like paying £1,000 to make a guitar look cooler. I'm not. Oh. But I mean, Ibanez absolutely. I mean, it was really Ibanez. Fucking the big American companies shat it in the sort of mid-late 70s. That's why they tried that lawsuit thing, because it was all right for the early 70s when the Japanese were producing, you know, Strat copies or whatever and tele copies, and it was like, yeah, that's fine. You know, it's like whatever, I don't know, $500 for a Gibson, right? And these Japanese are producing a guitar for $100. That's looks a bit like it, but you know, as soon as you play it, you go, that's just a cheap. You know what I mean? That's fine. It's when they started getting sort of the later 70s, that white one actually might kind of, when they started putting the proper pickups in it and better bridges, and you get to the point that actually this is better than a current era Fender, but it's half the price, but it's actually better. Like, absolutely, it's more, it's maybe not as good as the 60s Fenders because that's what they're copying, but it's closer to a 60s Fender than an 80s Fender is, and not just design but build quality. And it's like, and then that's when the lawsuit thing, and then that's when they stopped. Japan started going, hold on, we're copying these American guitars, but we're copying the flaws. Fuck that. Let's just make our own guitars. That's when things like your Washburn Wings and your Ibanez Artist come in, where you go, we can make a better guitar than a Les Paul, because it is. If that was a Gibson Les Paul, it'd be 3 times the price of a Gibson Les Paul. It's not. It didn't take off because people had, oh, Gibson, only Gibson. You know, difficult. Major Caster. I don't get the joke, but there you go. Yeah, 1980 with my Vantage VS 600B bass was 400. and 50 for the case. But when you said maybe they were top dollar here, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there, but I mean, the thing was that see cheap guitars you can get now. Nowadays, you can get a guitar for like $100-150 that's actually quite a good guitar. It's not brilliant, but it's totally acceptable to learn on. Every single note rings. The action isn't an inch. Sounds all right. You know, it doesn't just feed back and whine when you plug it into a big amp, all that stuff. Whereas if you go back to the 80s, the one you bought for $100 or whatever was shit. It looked like a guitar, but really, you know, it's like the bridge was in the wrong place. You know, there's no way of intonating it. The pickups just screamed as soon as you put any distortion to it, all that crap. You were getting a crap guitar. So when West Tone and Ibanez and all that were kicking about here in the 80s, you were looking at sort of 80, £100 for a guitar that looked like a guitar. But you started the Ibanez started coming out at 150, 120, 150, and you were getting a guitar that was really fucking good. So you're paying an extra 20%, but you're getting one that's got, you know, these things come standard with Gotoh tuners and high mass bridges and all that shit. Whereas back in then, when you were buying the cheapest guitar, the tuners were fucking awful because you couldn't buy decent cheap ones, and it's like they went, you know, it's like it's a total different thing. I have Gibson standards, classics, and tributes, and it's the tributes I prefer to play because of the satin necks. Yeah, actually, I did really like the tribute SG I had. It was really good, but I would have kept that as the second SG I'd ever bought. Second Gibson wasn't as good as my 90s SG Special, but it was pretty fucking close. The only reason I sold that is because I got a deal that I couldn't say no to. I bought it, and I got offered a swap for that orange amp. And I said, I don't really need another amp. And then 3 weeks later, I got another offer saying, right, I've seen you playing that guitar in your other videos. Fucking want it. I'll give you that orange amp and a mint condition Yamaha Revstar, and a PV Telecaster. So basically, I did the swap, sold the Revstar, ended up on the deal. So I was already 20 quid up, and I had an orange valve amp and a PV Telecaster to sell, so I couldn't say no. But I do like that. I think the thing, Ben, is that the Gibsons are worth money. It's just if you actually put your sensible hat on and actually played something like that Washburn, that's maybe $1,000, something, maybe less than that, some you know, ballpark, that kind of thing. And it's like you give that to someone who's mad into their Gibson Les Pauls and have a look at it, and you're just going to go, well, you can see. Let me look at it. Look at the fucking thing. That's why it's here. It's here because it's to show off. I mean, that's got, you know, you get that thing with the binding being a bit shit where it kind of, no, not on this. This is proper, mate. That's a solid, like, fucking inch thick rosewood top, Brazilian rosewood top. Look at it. And it's like, it's 5-piece neck through. It's got hand carved top, brass clampable through strung, ebony fingerboard, brass inlays, brass nut, wooden truss rod cover, wooden chip. I mean, look at it. It didn't have the name on it, so it didn't count. Kind of annoys me a little bit. But if you go back to the time, that's what, 1980, 1981, at the time, that was slightly cheaper than a Gibson Les Paul, like a 1980 Gibson Les Paul, you know, plywood, weighs a fucking ton. Anyways, I guess Gibson Les Paul says, oh, the 1981's a bit shit. So that it was maybe 25%, that was maybe 2/3 of the price, something like that, of the Gibson. Anyone would go into a shop and play the two of them, that's fucking miles better. The thing is, if you bought the Gibson would now be worth $2,500. That's not. So you got to look at it. Oh, good. Jade Rod and Fun Stuff just did a Silvertone Jupiter rebuild, didn't mince word, crap in 1961, crap today. Don't overlook Fernandez. The problem with Fernandez, people have heard of them, so you very rarely get Fernandez at the price range, like compared to a Washburn. I mean, I've got one. I've got a Matsumoku built Fernandez bass, which, if I can pick it up without the strap being stuck on something, isn't there? You go. There's a Fernandez. Matsumoku Fernandez short scale P bass, fucking lovely. But if this had been a bit more Fendery looking, it'd be worth hundreds of money. If it was like if I had a Fender headstock and stuff, but it's very of its era. It's a 1987, is it? 1986, and it looks 1986. So undesirable. It just so happens that seems to be my. I don't necessarily like very much music that came out in 1986, but the guitars, it was just like that was when there seemed to be a ridiculous thing. So as a Gibson fan, sorry, but Washburn's beat him hands down. Lovely guitars, got to get me one, but it's top dollar for him. Yeah, it's because you should have bought one when I first bought mine before some idiot started putting YouTube videos up saying how good they were. Your praise of the Japanese guitars is worn off of me. I can't wait to get my hands on one. My favourite acoustic I've ever had a Japanese made Yamaha. Oh, you're not really going to go far wrong with a Yamaha, really. I think anyone. But the Japanese Yamahas are fucking great. It's ridiculous. Yes. I mean, the Yamaha SGs are well known and well renowned for being better than a Gibson Les Paul. They just are. The reason I had one SG, Yamaha SG, I got in a trade, but I didn't like it because it had been stripped and kind of made to look like a modern guitar. If it had just been its original finish and stuff, I would have maybe kept it. It's like kind of not that far off that. That's not a copy of it's the same. It's actually a copy of an Odyssey guitar. Within reason, but the top of the range Yamaha SGs are kind of like that. I just see when I'm used to looking at that, it's a much prettier shape. The actual cutaway bit is much prettier. The Yamahas are kind of bulbous looking. I don't know. Not saying they're not brilliant. I'm just saying they're looks wise, they don't really quite do it for me. Fernandez still reasonable prices. If you can find the right one, yes. It depends which one you're looking at. Generally, if you're looking at one that just looks like basically before I bought that one, me and pal Scott were talking about the Brad. What's his name? Brad Willis, who's the guitarist in Night Ranger. If you've never heard Night Ranger, their first album is fucking amazing. But I know him from he played on the Ozzy Osbourne album, the Speak of the Devil, Talk of the Devil. One of them's American, one of them's UK. I can't remember which one I've got. Look at the British one. And he's played all Black Sabbath songs on a red Fernandez Strat, which is red with a black scratch plate, therefore looks a bit like that. And it's like people were talking about that, going, try and make one and all that. And then it was like a week later, I saw that, and it was like, it's even the fucking same colour. It was like, ridiculous. Oh. Can you hear the drums, Fernandez? Yes. Any drummers know the PV drums? No, I don't know. Nobody knows any drummers. Drummers really musicians? I don't know. I think they are sort of. I don't know. That's a big ongoing joke I've got in every band I've been in, for the two bands I was in. So there's two musicians. There's me and there's the other guy, the guy playing the bass or the guitar. And then we've got a drummer and a singer as well. Yeah. Are Night Ranger Canadian? I don't know. They might be. I remember actually, it was actually, it was the reason I knew the Brad stuff from that Ozzy Osbourne album. And then I was watching Family Guy, and there was a bit where, was it Family Guy? No, what's the other one? American Dad. And it's like the alien and the dad, they eat these cookies, and they're sitting there, they're driving, going like up here. I think those cookies might have been laced with pot. Up here. Really? I think kind of feeling a bit weird. Up here, I don't know. Do you think so? Is it up here? There's a way of testing. Night Ranger. They put it on, then obviously it fades out and come back in, and we're going, up here, right? And that was when I bought the Night Ranger record a couple of weeks later, like for 50p. I was like, I don't give this a go. It's fucking great. Love it. Night Ranger from San Francisco. Well, there you go. Wherever they're from, they're fucking great. I think the problem with Night Rangers are just a little bit too late. They're like, see if they'd been, I'm not actually sure exactly, but I think it's still 70s, maybe 78, 79, something like that. The first album, I think they've maybe just been a couple of years earlier. They might have been a bit bigger. They did fall into what a lot of the bands did in the early 90s. They fell into, it might have even been the 80s, the power ballad thing. You know, when you slip your, oh, how do you make? We can have a big massive single. We'll just write an acoustic-y sort of finger picky thing, and every rose has its thorn. More than words, and they've got one. It's called Sister Christian to sell records, and it's like fair enough. Yeah, it gets girls into it and all that. But I mean, their good stuff's really good. They've also got a song called "You Can Still Rock in America." Hell yeah, which is fucking great. Love it. Hey, Dunkback. My week's been fine. In fact, this week I saw Baby Metal. I had 2 extended till 4 in the morning Skilletric sessions of fixed 10 guitars. Hey, life's good, man. Fuck's sake. Yes, great. I try every week not to dominate the track. Fucking dominate it, Pontiac. It's like nobody's telling you to shut up. I can just, if I don't want to hear what you say, I'll just pretend you didn't say anything and skip past it. Go ahead, go for it. Sister Christian's a blinded, maybe it is. It's a bit commercial when you're listening to Knife Edge, your greatest hits. So you're like, whoa, rocking. Oh, normal music a little bit. I'm sure it's good. I can't even remember what it goes like. That's just that Dawn Patrol, the first album's called. I seem to remember the first time I brought that up. Hondo Fame Series 830 Solid Wood. Pass. What does 830 look like? It's quite a high number, so one would think it possibly could be, but it's a Samick built guitar. In this area, it's a bass. All right, I don't know what it is then. Pearl drum frame with guitars. Guitars briefly. Moku, did they? Oh, yes, I have seen Pearl guitars, and the logo is quite similar to the Drum Factory. Is it the same company? Maybe it is. You do. I've definitely seen Pearl Matsumoku built guitars, but I don't know whether they were actually into doing the drum company or not. It could have been. Fame Series 830. I don't think so. Is it an 830? Have you, when you typed that into YouTube, did it come up with a video of me playing one that was painted that was like had a sort of tiger, black and white Arctic tiger paint job on it? I think it might have been a Fame Series 830. It was plywood. But they're not plywood. There's different levels of plywood. Like, see the plywood you get to board up your windows when you get a smashed window? That's not the same plywood that they build guitars out of. It's it's quality plywood. The big thing about plywood was totally acceptable as an instrument building thing until the Yamaha Pacifica came out. So you get Epiphones and Fenders and all that made of plywood, and then Yamaha Pacifica had an advert for their new Pacifica. It's going to dominate the world guitar, which it kind of still does. They still make it. This is 1990 or something like that. And it was like pure, yes, solid woods. And it was like the advert was just a page telling you how good solid wood tone. And it's like, if you're not sure, does your guitar have solid wood? Just ask if it's available in a natural finish. And at that point, you could go, oh, I wonder, can I get the Squire strap, which is the same price, in a natural finish? No, you can't, because it's plywood. So it's up to you, really. Oh. What do you reckon about Hondo guitars? Hondo guitars are great. I mean, it depends where you're aiming at. I mean, if you're comparing it to a modern guitar, Hondo from after about 1981, made by Samick, is basically kind of what you're buying when you buy a Chapman or a PRSSE or anything in that kind of, probably nowadays, sort of £500 to £700 range. They're like that, which is great, and you can pick one up for a couple £100. Totally. The difference when I stopped, at one point I had 5 or 6 Hondos, and then the problem is when you buy the Japanese ones, they're kind of the same price and they're much better. So I mean, but they are. You get really good Hondos. There's so many adverts say they're made in Japan, and so few Hondos are made in Japan. Hondo made 4. There's one that's like, it's kind of like a double. It's kind of almost a double cut Les Paul copy. There's a 1030, a 1030, or a 1050 that they made in Japan. So there's a guitar version, a bass version, and a slightly fancier guitar version, which kind of looks like it's through neck, but it's not. They also did a sort of Les Paul Jr. looking one. And there's also a Fender lead 2 copy, which is kind of not unlike this, made by Tokai, P-Bass. These all say professional on the truss rod cover. They're Japanese. There's no other Honda Japanese ones. There's no other Honda Japanese models. So if it's a Les Paul, it's not, and it says, well, they did do ones that had DiMarzio pickups and stuff. They've got a D at the end of there, so it's like I've got an H500. Oh, it's got DiMarzio pickups. No, because DiMarzio pickups about an H500D. But yeah. So those are the only Hondas. So there's nothing wrong with being kind of, nothing. But yes, and we find that the Fame series and the Formula One series are quite high-end guitars, but maybe still plywood. And yes, at the time, as I was talking about this earlier on, tuners were shit. You bought a cheap guitar, it had shit tuners on it. When you got the West Tones and all that, these are, the Washburns have got Gotoh tuners. Gotoh tuners now, look them up, £50, £100 a set. They still make Gotoh tuners. You didn't get cheap copies of them that were still good. You only got shite tuners. Then Gotoh, Klussen, Grover. You didn't get, oh, these tuners are fine. Oh, they're no brands. No, they didn't exist back then. So they put fancy things on. The thing I kind of go when you start getting into the sort of mid-80s, you started a little bit of, it's got much worse now, where it's like basically they're trying to sell you the spec sheet, Harley Benton, specifically on the internet. Look at this guitar on the internet. Look, it's got flame maple and roasted maple, stainless steel, Wilkinson parts and blah, blah. And oh, it's got all, look at the spec sheet. It's amazing. Wow. You know what I mean? Look at that. It's only 300 quid. Fucking, that's unbelievable. For £300, you're buying a basic guitar. Doesn't have any of these things from Squire. And it's like, yeah. But having really good parts and getting them put together by someone who's getting paid 50 pence a day, who's never seen a guitar before, isn't the same as having give somebody like me, like the Malcocaster, 2 planks of wood. I put all those bits in the right place. Harley Benton don't do that. People are assembling it, don't know what it is. Well, I've to screw this bit onto this. There you go. Huh? It's not their own fault. Obviously somebody knew what they were doing would cost more money, so they can't do that. So they have to get somebody straight out of school, 16. Do you know what a guitar is? A guitar's like one of those wooden things with a hole in it. Yes, you're hired. Tomorrow you're assembling guitars. You know what I mean? It's like more to it than that. More to it than that. Is Matsumoku a company name, or was there Mr. Matsumoku? If it was, you could have a framed picture of your wall. No, there was no Matsumoku. Their main contract was building cases for Singer sewing machines. So if you read online anywhere that Matsumoku burnt down or anything like that, it didn't. There was nothing like that. Basically, what happened was there was a problem. The yen exchange rate went up. So things became much more expensive in about 1986 or something, and Matsumoku tried to keep going, but they couldn't. The guitars, their main guaranteed income was from making Singer sewing machine boxes, but they also made guitars. But they had this guaranteed income from that, and then once that went down, the company just folded. Plywood is plywood. Get a Ramirez Roadster 2 and you will not need a PRS good enough for Alan Holdsworth. Exactly. Got vintage Strat plywood. The thing I've got against plywood, shit guitars are made of plywood, right? The really, really shit ones. But it doesn't mean that all the ones that are made out of plywood are shit. It's kind of like the same thing, saying about the bolt-on neck thing. It's like bolt-on neck's actually a better system than through neck or thingy. It's just it costs less to make. So the tendency is if you find a Les Paul and it's got a bolt-on neck, they saved money there. So because they saved money there, they put shiter pickups in it, not as good parts. Not your Epiphone, it's like that whole thing. It's not because of the bolt-on neck that makes it cheaper. It's the parts they used. A Vantage Strat made of power. I thought you said vintage, but yeah. It won't be. It'll be a Korean one. That'll be like the later on. It's basically once you get out of Japan, they started realizing that because the price of the Japanese guitars had hiked so much. The same thing happens with the Washburn, like that. That's a 1980 or 1981, 1983. The company had gone bankrupt, and they were making them. So they made guitars that were called the Washburn Falcon, still in Japan, which looked the same and was roughly the same price, but cost a quarter as much to build and then, so that was like about 1983 to about 1986. Then 1986, 1987, the company started realizing, hold on, we're building these guitars that are fucking amazing, right? So if you've got one of these and you've got it for 10 years and you can tell, this is fucking, play this, compare this to your Strat, and they'd win every time. They start going, hold on, basically see if we make it for a quarter as much, but make it look the same in a picture. The person who buys it will still buy it. They'll be stuck with a guitar that's not as good, but they'll still buy it. Money. They make more money. So you can make four. You can probably make four of them for every one of these. They both look the same. You can sell it for the same amount of money. That's great business sense. The problem is you don't end up with a world-beating Strat for nothing. Matsumoto is back in England near Norwich doing reissues and rebuilds. Really? Yeah. By the late 80s, Memphis still had in Korea sticker. It was like a toy. Some of them are bad, but you can't judge these things. I mean, Hondos. Someone had asked me what Hondos were like. The worst, one of the worst guitars I've ever played was a Hondo. It kind of looked a bit like a Les Paul, but it was atrocious. Truly a toy, truly a GSO guitar-shaped object. It was fucking awful. This was after I had a few. I just assumed all Hondos were good. They're not. Some of them are fucking. This was just, everything about it was terrible. Hey, Boss Hog. Hey, Tom. How you going? I got caught up now. I've still not finished that fag. No, I spoke half of it. Set neck does not have increased sustain. That's nonsense sales push. I agree. Yeah. The problem with the set neck as well is it's, if, you know, you've got a Strat copy and you snap with the neck or it gets bent, you can buy another neck for it. Whereas a set neck, you're fucked. It's basically useless. You know, that's what I'm looking at. If I'm buying a guitar to turn into a bucky caster or something like that, if it's a bolt-on neck and something fuck with it, I can, there's something bad about it. You can just take the neck and put it in something else, or you can put another neck on it or all that. But you can't do that with a set neck. You're just basically, it's fucked. The truss rod's broken, right? So now instead of having lots of bits, I've got the bridge, the pickups, and the tuners, which I can recoup some money from or use them later. Whereas if you buy a Strat with a bent neck, you still get the body and the scratch plate. You just put a new neck on it and you get somewhere. The thing with this contact with the set neck is as well, like, see the amount of wood contact. That's more important. It's the bolt on. It's not really a bolt. It's wood screwed on. But I mean, it's like that's a fucking pretty solid connection. Aye. Only a couple of Falcons and Reverb. How much are they, John? Just out of interest, I'm going to sell a couple. I'm going to sell a lot of guitars. A fuck shitload. I've got far too many. So many I can't. And I think I've held on to them long enough to actually gain a bit of money from most of them. But I seriously to sell 50 guitars. I'm in the process just now over the next few months trying to work out which ones are definitely keepers. Kind of tempted to keep this one. It's awful fucking nice. Had Mr. Matsumoto some little, no, what you're looking at, Craig, is Aria guitars. Actually started off by Mr. Arai, and the first ones were called Arai guitars, and then they made a mistake printing it on one run of guitars. It was Aria, and they went, Aria is actually like a musical term. It works quite well, so they just kept it. So there is a Mr. Aria, isn't it? It's R-I, A-R-A-I, but they misprinted a run of guitars a couple of years in and then just left it as Aria. Dave Simpson always likes the Hondo LP and junkie guitars. I don't know, where did you come in with junkie? You know what I mean? It's like, yes, there are some good. I mean, Craig's got a nice Hondo Les Paul, the one that's got kind of got strips in it. The body's made of it's plywood, but plywood going that way. You know, it kind of looks like, see the middle bit of that. It kind of looks like that, apart from it goes all the way across. That's a fucking nice Les Paul. And miles better than any, like, whatever your £600 Epiphone is these days. Miles better than that. Not as good as that. Oh. Can't track down year it was made. Got FS series written on the headstock. FS is late 80s, early 90s. Someone actually tried to sell me one of them recently. It was in that colour as well. Pointy headstock. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're fine. It's just that they're not. The problem is, it's like I'm used to the Japanese areas, which are world leading. What you get now is a custom shop guitar level guitars. Those are just normal guitars, but still good ones. Still good. Craig, well, that one is the one I'm keeping though. But the one above it, the one below it, and the one with the Floyd Rose on it, going. Not sure if I got some memory. Bad memories. The worst I played in the 80s was Cork, Kramer, Samick, crap brands back then that changed tunes during first song. Yes, I know. The problem with a lot of these things is people didn't pay to get them set up. So you would, I mean, I remember playing guitar and they were pure terrible. Hey, Jazz! You had a really good week, giving me a tenner this week. How's boating? Awesome. Set next, can't see the contact with the finish. Yes, I agree. So a set neck with them large tuner peg holes, total loss. Fix it, make some poon. My thin line copy and 1986 Hurricane, both are crooked necks. String off the fretboard after the 15th fret. Rebuilt it myself. Yeah, but the thing is, you've got the option to, if it wasn't superbly built. I mean, when I was in China, I was buying Telecasters, partly because they had to go in my suitcase and I couldn't get a full length of a guitar in, so I needed a bolt-on neck. Also, I was worried about rosewood sighties if I get caught, so I was buying maple neck ones. But the thing about a Telecaster, this isn't a Telecaster, but I'll pretend it is for this. The neck's on at a funny angle. They've not cut the neck pocket right. It's tilted. You can go in and work it, put the neck back on again, put it in the right place. The bridge on a telly is, it's like, oh, they put the bridge slightly off, not quite the right place. You get quite a lot of play in a telly bridge to, without even being able to see the screw holes. Oh, it just needs to be 2 millimeters this way. You can unbolt it and move it 2 millimeters, or you can make it straight and all that. And then at the end of it, if that none of those things fix it, you've still got either a telly body or a telly neck that's good. That's that. I was buying that just because of not worrying about doing that. Whereas I did actually buy which I never brought home, a Les Paul. I don't even know what you call it. It was ice white Les Paul standard carved top binding with black binding, maybe single humbucker. Yeah, but it looked fucking great. But the neck had been set in like that. So if you're looking at it like that, the neck was sitting like that. Which, to be fair, all you do is tilt the bridge. It was like a pneumatic bridge. You just tilt it at an angle and it was fine. But I was looking at it going, I can't sell that for a lot of money when I get home. Like I could with the tellies, buying them for 30 quid, coming back, selling them for 130 quid, and the person got a fucking amazing guitar for 130 quid. They got a £250 guitar, brand new, for 130 quid. But it didn't work with that one. With the neck, so I sent that one back, which only happens because I was in China, so I could send it back. They weren't happy about it. Got my money back. They argued. So that would be my whole point about not buying off AliExpress, because you might get that one, and if you've just paid £100 for the guitar plus £100 postage, you're not sending it back, paying £200 sending and returning postage. You're just stuck with a Shanna. Hey Bob, how's it going? I fucking keep seeing your guitar and I've not been over. I've just been too busy. I will get your silver Bon Scott played Washburn back. I will. Not bragging, just pleased. No, of course not. You're amongst it, are you, Jessel? Amongst what? Amongst the joy and glorious money. With a telly bridge, if the saddles are too far forwards or back, you can fix that. Well, that's it. But the thing is with a telly bridge, if the saddles are too far forward or back, you can fix it quite significantly. But the thing I was thinking with the Les Paul, because it's a pneumatic bridge, and you've only got not very much play on the saddles to put it in tone. So if that bridge is in the wrong place, to move that, it's too big. I don't have a guitar that's got a pneumatic kicking about anywhere. But it's like, it's two big fucking bridge posts. So how do you move that bridge? Oh, well, you take it off. Then you've got to dowel and fill the holes. Then you've got to drill new holes for, you know, the bridge posts in the correct place. And you're probably going to be able to see the bits that you've filled. Whereas on a telly bridge, none of the screws are really close to the edge of that plate. So it really is a case of just unscrewing it and moving it. And you've got 5mm, 10mm back and forwards, 5mm side to side, where you can just literally unscrew it, move it to the right place, and maybe put a couple of pilot holes, stick the screws back in again, and no one would know the difference. It's just, the telly's an amazing piece of design. I really appreciate the simplicity of the design. I kind of like the simplicity. It's even this. Okay, it's kind of based roughly on a telly, but I love the concept of trying to improve, not trying to make a guitar that's just trying to make a guitar that's the best guitar you can, which a lot of these Japanese companies did. This is their attempt at making the best Strat you can get. How have they done that? Okay, there is obviously a Strat layout one with the 3 knobs and the 3 pickups, but it's got a solid bridge, 2-point, none of this 6-point, 2-point, so it's better. Brass saddles, you can't see the block, but you know, the block's that thick. No shite in this, like Bob's Burgers, there's no shite in this guitar. And then he thought, I've got an idea, like, rather than having it, you know, more stratty shaped, actually, okay, keep using this, we'll use this one as well. Instead of having it that shape, which is basically exactly the same shape, and you look in the back and it's like, all right, okay, so it kind of goes round here, goes up here, you get the bolt on bit, goes in there, whereas in this one, it's exactly the same outline. The only difference is this one, the neck goes to here. So when you go in the back, there's no heel. It's a more expensive way of building it though, because the guitar has to be, the neck has to be this much longer. It's kind of mental. Got a 90s Peerless Epiphone Casino. Can you tell me if it's shite build-wise or not? I don't really have a reference, works great or not. I don't know, to be honest, Dunk. The Epiphone Casino, because you're looking at those, you never see, or you very rarely see 335 type guitars cheap, because, you know, make a cheap telly, slab of wood, bandsaw it into telly outline, route it for the neck pocket, route it for the pickups, route it for the cavity, bolt bits onto it, done. A 335, you've got an awful lot more. Oh, it's hollow, so you've got to actually, the getting a piece of wood and bandsaw on it thing isn't in there anymore. You've still got to do all the other stuff, but you've got to make it so it's curved and all that stuff. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, it's, if it works for you and it's really good, then it's really good. Really, there is a certain amount of taste in it. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm not really a fan of like your Squier classic vibes or anything like that, but that's only because I would rather have this. But it won't have the resale value of a Squier classic vibe. It doesn't look like the guitar Jimi Hendrix played because it's a Washburn. It's up to you. It's not shit though. Squier classic vibes, I slag them off all the time. They're not shit. You're not buying a Harley Benton. You're buying a guitar that is a real guitar, which is arguably on a par with what an American Fender would be in the 70s or the 80s, sort of thing. The thing I like about Tune-O-Matic is easy to remove the strings for fretwork. Leave the strings in the tuners, loosen the strings and remove the whole piece. Okay, I get you, Pontiac. Understand that. Yeah. Aye. Yeah, I can see that. I had to talk about actually while we're looking at this guitar. This one, right? Wonderbar. This isn't my guitar. I'm not playing it on a live stream though. It's got the clamp not as part of the nut here because it didn't have the Floyd Rose license, so it's still got a nut normally, and then it's got this clamp that holds the strings. So I put this back together again, sorted the bridge to make it work, did a wee bit of wiring, you know, got it all playing okay, tuned it up. The neck was like this. I was happy. Oh, wee tweak on the truss rod. Where's the truss rod? In below that metal fucking clamp thing. So you have to take all the strings off. Well, no, you have to take them fully off. Unbolt the 4 screws that hold this metal clamp on. Slide that metal clamp down here. Take off this plastic bit so you can get at the truss rod as well. go in, do your adjustment. I'm probably right with that adjustment. I gave it 2 turns, felt about right. Put the fucking clamp back on again, tune it all up, check it. Almost there. I wonder how it's sitting now. I've not checked. That was a couple of hours ago. I did that a few hours ago. I think I've got away with it. Because normally when you adjust a truss rod, it doesn't necessarily catch up immediately with the adjustment we made. So you're starting to go up here. Oh, truss next like this. Give it a couple of turns. Next half as bad. Give it another couple of turns. That's it. Perfect. Leave it, and then overnight the net goes and gets caught up with the adjustment you made. I think I've nailed this one though. But that's annoying. But that's not really it's a bad design. But then again, as you look at that, and you go, and then you compare that to the earlier version. This one, truss rod. Glory, praise be. Look at that. Where'd you put the Allen key? In there, and you can see, because it's a bullet truss rod, you can see where to put the Allen key, so you know you're putting the right one in, and it's right there. Da-da! That's yes. It's a little bit ugly having the bit of metal sticking out the top. Yeah, okay, I'll give it that. But the ability to actually be able to see where you're sticking the Allen key is a huge fucking plus for anyone who's ever tried to adjust a guitar. It's maybe there's a slightly less ugly version. This one, for example, this is a semi-bullet truss rod, where it is like pure. All right, you can't see the truss rod, but if you actually look at it there, it's just behind. So the truss rod bit's just there, just a millimeter behind where the nut is, so you can't see it. But you can see the actual bit you put the Allen key in. It's so many times. It's actually the truss rod's here, the adjustment thing. So you're looking in this hole, try to shine the torch from your phone into it to see where it is, and then you're like with the Allen key, and it's like you can't fucking see where it's going, and it's like, is this the right Allen key? And you're like, no, maybe it's the one slightly bigger. No, maybe it's not. Maybe it's the Imperial one. And that's why you get so many guitars that get chewed up truss rods, because you can't actually see where to put it. Whereas a one like this, you can see fucking fine well, because it's right out in the open where to put the thingy. Have you ever encountered any guitars with brass hardware that's a shiter? Yes, there's a lot of copies of that. There's a lot of guitars that copied that by putting brass nuts and stuff on it, and yeah, they're just pish, but they put brass on them. Ones I played with Eric Brass have been amazing for me to have good build quality components. I don't know, but it's the old thing about when you're making a guitar is the important thing is how well you build it. You can once you're building it amazing, you can improve it by putting a brass nut on it for an extra 50 pence to build the guitar. But you could be making a pure shiter for a £5, and then you put 50 pence to put a brass nut on it to make it sell, and then the guitar's still shite. It's just it's got a brass nut. So it's kind of working in that thing. It depends where you've been looking, Craig. It's like the parts thing's different, because in the 70s you couldn't really get. Nowadays you obviously it's like pure. Oh, I need tuners for my guitar. Got this one right. The tuners are all bent, broken, whatever. I'll just buy another set of tuners. I can get a really decent set of tuners for this, like Wilkinson's, for what, 15 quid, a tenner, something like that. They're fucking great. I probably wouldn't buy Grovers or Schollers because they're going to be 50 to £100. I'd buy the Wilkinson ones at 15 quid. Yeah, and they'll be great. You didn't have that option then. You either had buy Goto or Scholler or whatever at the equivalent of 50 quid or whatever, or buy the fake ones, which are just shite. Kind of difficult. Peerless is good. I don't know them. Greg, you put brass saddles on your P-bass, made a big difference with Rosen. Never tried brass saddles on a P-bass. I don't know. It's one of those things that, see, when you're talking about like for sustain, Mr. White will be right on this. Sustain tones. That's old school. Talking about sustain. How do you get good sustain in a guitar? And it's like, there's things you can do. I'm going to run through the things on this again. So, things that make sustain weighs a fucking ton, right? Totally. The bridge is through strung. This one isn't a through strung one. You know, it's like through strung like a Telecaster. That was it, turning on the fuzz pedal. Through strung, these are brass saddles for sustain. They actually clamp solid so they don't move. You know, they get clamps once you've set them up. It's got power sustain pickups. It's through neck, so the strings are going through the same piece of wood here as the tuners are. It's got a brass nut, and it's the most sustaining guitar ever. So there must be some truth in it, probably, but I don't know. The bullet truss rod is an innovation, not ugly. Yeah, but why doesn't every guitar have a bullet truss rod? Is kind of my point there. Can't cost that much more. I suppose the point is, even if it does cost 50 cents more to build it with a bullet truss rod, these companies are looking at it and going, well, we're producing 1 million of these guitars this year. Multiply that by 50 cents more to put a bullet truss rod on. That's £500,000 we've saved. $500,000 we've saved. And will people still buy the guitar? Yeah, of course they will. No one's going to not buy a guitar because it doesn't. So, you know what I mean? It's a fucked up thing. Oh. You don't see. No, brass is expensive. It is, but I mean, the thing is, it doesn't make it sell anymore. You will see it on expensive guitars where people are, you know, like $2,500 and stuff like that, where people are trying to make the best guitar you possibly can, which is what a lot of these guitars were. The aim of building. You just nailed it. The reason the 80s Japanese guitars are so good is because the aim for those companies was to make the best guitar in the world for under $500. The best guitar under £500, not the most money they can make on a guitar that they sell for $500. That's what it is now, and what it's been since the late 80s. It is, we can make this. What's a successful guitar? Costs a tenner to build, sell it for 200. That's a success. Not like some of these cost 100 to build, sell it for 200. That's a shit guitar. That it's the best guitar in the world, but no. Business model, make it fucking cheaper. You can save 50 pence on building that. Save 50 pence. Do it. You're still going to be able to sell it for the same amount. It's just like, nah. What does two-way truss rod mean? I got an SX, but it says that in the back of the headstock. I'm not really sure, but the Jim Deacons, which I think SX and Jim Deacon are the same factory. I suppose technically it means that if you not a one-action truss rod, obviously, there's your neck. When you string it up, the strings pull it this way. Even in the best guitars in the world, when you build the neck, you first put strings on it. The neck's straight, so it's fine. It doesn't need a truss rod. After a couple of years of the strings pulling on it, bends it up a little bit. And the way you would do it is the one-way truss rod pulls it back the way. So if you tighten the truss rod in this right up, as far as it goes, it'll bend the neck back like that. And if you let it go, it'll come this way. Whereas on a two-way truss rod, if the neck is bent back and you put strings on it, it's still bent back, you can actually force it. So it's basically just instead of, if you imagine just having a bolt with a nut on it and you tighten it up and it makes the bolt shorter, that's all. But you make it longer, the bolt separates from here. Whereas if you put another stopper on it on the other side of the bolt, so when you unscrew it, it does something, it pulls it out of the way. That's what a two-way truss rod is. I'm not sure you need them. SX are usually do need some workflow. But the thing is that, see, if you look up how much it costs for a setup on a guitar, go to your guitar shop, ask how much it is for a setup. It's going to be £100. There you go. Because you can't, your Harley Benton again, keep slagging them off, but you can't get a Harley Benton set up at the shop, because if you got it set up, you have to pay somebody for an hour or whatever who is a skilled person, knows how to set up a guitar. It's not like the person who puts the bridge on and puts the pickups in, who's basically, can you hold a screwdriver? Okay, you not got the job. You've got the job, right? You can hold a screwdriver. You're in. Well done. 50p a week. You know what I mean? You know, just bolting in. Whereas the actual setup thing, there's an awful lot to it. So if you're selling a guitar for £100 or £200, you can't pay a skilled operative £50 for an hour to set it up. Otherwise, it's not a £100 guitar, it's a £150 guitar. No one will buy it, because for £150 you can buy the. Do you know what I mean? It's a difficult one. So yes, but the difference in setting up. See, occasionally I get really nice guitars in, or the Japanese ones, obviously. But I do a lot of setup work on, see, like the Bucky cast and stuff like that. I'm basically buying guitars that are shite and not worth working on because it's value-wise, it's not worth it. You know, here's, you bought a guitar for 30 quid. I do a setup on it. I'm doing the setup, but if you take that £30 guitar, £30 Squire into a shop, get £100 setup on it, it'll play fucking great. It's not worth £130 though. It's only worth 60 quid. So it doesn't work. People need to learn how to do these things. But the SX are, well, they're from what I've seen, they're very much like Jim Deacon, but yes, they might need a little bit of setup. But worth doing. Learn how to do it yourself on something like that. You know, so if you're going to do a setup, or you're going to do any sort of, you know, like fretworky shit, the first guitar you do that on is not your £2,000 Les Paul. Don't. If you've got, I've got a £2,000 Les Paul, it's like, I think the truss rod might need adjusted. Either take it to someone to get it done or go and buy a £50 Epiphone that's fucked and try and make that work. And then if you do destroy it, you snap the neck on your £50 Epiphone. That'll or something. You break. You can still unbolt it. You get 20 quid for the body, 20 quid for the pickups, a tenner for the tuner. You got your money back. Fine. It's a no risk situation. All you're risking is your time. That's how I always looked at it. Change from 26 to 1. That's fucking awful high. That's very high. 18 to 1 is quite low, but see the Vox guitars I've been playing the last couple of weeks. It's obviously a design feature. They are, I don't know, 4 to 1, something like that. Something pure stupid. You turn it and it's up a whole note, which is great for when you're restringing. Putting a string on this guitar. These are Washburn tuners. They'll be Gotoh standard, because that's what they were in the 80s. If you had tuners that looked like Gotoh, that shape. Obviously now you get cheap ones. Most tuners look like that, but I think Gotoh kind of invented that shape of tuner, and they were the only ones that made it for a decade or something. So any 80s guitars, your Westone Spectrums and Aria Pros. Okay, it does say Washburn on the wee metal plate on the back, but you can buy that. The tuner itself is just a standard. The Ibanez smooth tuners that come on these, it's those fucking tuners. But these say Washburn on them, but they say Ibanez. So these, in their spec sheet when they were buying 100,000 of them, went, we want Ibanez smooth tuner engraved on the back. They said we want Washburn engraved in the back, but it's the same fucking thing. My 1972 Fender Strat had a bullet. Wow, when it got away. I've gone through so many guitars. It's difficult. The one that got away from me was that Aria ZZB bass. Actually, I saw a picture on Pointy Guitars on Facebook earlier on with a David Hasselhoff album cover called not Knight Rider, but something like that. And he's standing on the bonnet of a black Pontiac Firebird. Not Kit, of course. Just a random black Pontiac playing an Aria ZZ guitar, like the one that's half black and half white. And it's like an album. It's one of his albums. And it's like, yeah. Westone Thunder is a beast and the Sustainer is incredible. That's yeah. Westone Thunders are awesome though. Rick bass is a two-way. 2 ways for a twisted neck. No, Pontiac, quite the Rickenbacker basses have 2 truss rods next to each other. That's not the 2-way thing. It's truss rods sit next to each other. So if the neck is twisted, you can tighten this, tighten this tuner and this rod. So they've got 2 truss rods in there. But I've heard horror stories about that from Scott. The Rickenbacker bass, or a Rickenbacker. Say you want to give it a quick, it's a wee bit, it needs a little bit less relief. You want to pull it back a bit. See if you stick your Allen key in or your spanner in and turn it, you'll snap the truss rod. What you've got to do is get somebody to hold the neck and pull it back until it's straight and then tighten up the bolt. So what the bolt does, the bolt holds the truss rod where it is. It's not strong enough to move it. So if you turn it, it doesn't pull the neck back. You have to pull the neck back first. So you need 2 people, one to sit there and go like that with the strings on it, going, there we go, we've got the action there, hold it at that bit while somebody else tightens up or loosens off the bolts. Fucking, there we go. I'm starting to get a bit behind now. Here we go. 2 ways for trusted jet. I know, so 2 ways like back and forward, but yeah. Frank Collins, this isn't too bad. It's a decent amount of buzz though. Thinking to learn how to adjust the truss rod. Yes. Truss rod's one of those things that basically just adjust it and see if you're actually putting so much effort into it. It's really difficult. You might snap something. If it's relatively easy to turn, you're probably all right. And you can always unturn it. But I would say don't do it on your dream guitar that's worth a couple of grand. Even if it comes to the case of buying what I did, but look on Facebook, Gumtree or Craigslist, wherever you are, whatever, pick up a guitar for 20 or 30 quid, 30 bucks. That's dirty. Got a couple of bits missing, sort of thing, like a Squire or something like that. Something that's good. It's never going to be the world's best guitar, but it should be all right. And try and make it play. That's when you go up. It's got a high fret. You learn how to do it. And if you fuck it up, it was only 30 bucks to start with. Learn how to do it that way. That's what I did. That's when I ended up building the Malco-caster. It was like just basically hacking away at it. And it's like, and I didn't have any preciousness. I wasn't really that concerned about it because it didn't cost anything. So it's like, well, fuck it. Whereas at the time I had my Gibson SG and I had my Schecter Telecaster, and it's like, I'm not taking any bits off that in case when I put it back on again, it doesn't work. So I learned on crap. And the thing is, see, when you learn how to, if you set up like the shittest Squire sort of thing and do the work on that, it's much harder to work on than a real one. So you've got your shit Squire, you learn how to operate the truss rod, learn how to sort the frets, learn how to set it up and make it play, and you can get it probably playing better than your Fender. Then you go onto the Fender and it's like, oh my God, all these screws turn really easily. Oh, it's like, look, it's like everything's in a straight line and all these things. Great fun. The problem with the buzz, though, is if it's buzzing everywhere, the neck's probably too far back. What you do, Doug, is hold the... have it tuned up, right? Hold the string down on the first fret. Hold it down kind of on the last fret. And in the middle, sort of here, you want it to be not touching the frets, but a hair above the frets, half a millimeter or something, or a millimeter above the frets when you're holding the string at the top and at the bottom, and then banging it in the middle. So you can hear it there. There is something there. As long as there's something, you're fine. As soon as that becomes flat and the strings are sitting on it, it'll just be all over the place. That's what you're aiming for. Once you've done I've done hundreds of guitars. I've adjusted hundreds of truss rods. So the reason I got away with it on this guitar is because I've done so many truss rods. I was like, up here, turn it, not feeling quite right. Another half turn. I reckon that's probably about right. Fucking bolt all the shite back on again, tune it up, and I was right. But that's purely an experience thing. The more you do these things, the better you get at it. Yes, learning a cheap guitar, you won't be afraid when you work on a more expensive one. Exactly, but get a cheap guitar that you kind of want. Like if you don't have an SG, buy a cheap SG and tart it up and make it play great. You're a poor businessman expecting that. Yeah, well, I'm a shit businessman, but I want people always come back, Alexander. That's the thing. You came back. Does that happen when in a lot of shops? It's like you take your guitar in to get set up. It costs 120 quid. You get it back, and it's like that's fine. Whereas I don't charge that. I just want happy customers. I'm a shite businessman. For 45 years, I set up my instruments by sight, sound, and feel. A few years ago, I got the tools, found it was right all along, but prefer more neck relief and a higher action. That's fine. I found that with my basses. When I joined the Black Sabbath band after the end, I had to reset up all my basses because I had them set up for playing in the house. So when I took them into the studio, I started absolutely thumping them, trying to be like Geezer Butler. The strings were hitting off the pickups and they were fretting out and everything when you were pure batting it. Playing quietly, they were all fucking great. Set up like a Formula One car, but take them into the studio, you need something to get a bit more. So if you do hit the strings too hard, it doesn't just fart all over the place. There's to learn. The thing is, it's kind of fun, and you do get a wee bit of there is a satisfaction in doing it. I get. I mean, that's like for same with the shitty, the Malco-caster. A hell of a lot of the satisfaction of that was the fact that I built that from fucking just rubbish, and ended up with a good guitar. And it was incredibly satisfying. It's not as good as this. No, it's not, but it's really good. And especially because it should be shit, it gives you a wee boost. I say when you go and see a band, like when I started playing the guitar, go and see bands like teenagers and stuff like that, sort of 18, whatever. And they're playing a Gibson Les Paul or something like that, a £2,000 guitar even then, or a £1,500 guitar back then, and they're strumming Oasis chords. You're like, the fucking point in that? There is no difference you playing that than playing the cheapest Epiphone. All you're doing is... So provided it's in tune, it doesn't make any difference, whereas then you would see somebody playing an Epiphone and they'd be giving it proper lead, you'd be like, wow, he's doing that, it sounds amazing, and it's £150 guitar. Yeah, what a guy. That was the way I was looking at it. I know a dude making guitars, he puts a metal fretboard and then the rosewood fretboard. No need for truss rods. It could be done. The original Telecasters never had truss rods because Leo Fender didn't reckon you needed it. I think it's if you've got a really chunky neck. I would tend to see if you're looking at like a really cheap guitar that's just fucked and you're picking it up for 10, 20 quid. If it's got a thick neck on it, you've got more chance of doing okay with the neck because the truss rod doesn't matter as much. Whereas I've got not so much with guitars, but you get it with basses, the late 80s, early 90s era, when they're going for the super thin neck. That see when you're like, you say it's set up perfectly, playing fine. Take a string off, bang, the neck jumps back because the string's holding the neck up. So all the other strings are sitting on the frets. They're just too thin to take it. So that means that you end up, it's kind of like you're fighting against you. You've got to set it up. So, when the strings pull on it, all that, basically a thick neck's easier to work with. But could you do a video on Aria Pro 2 bass? It'd be good to see it. I've done plenty of videos on the Aria Pro 2 bass. I've got a few. When you say the Aria Pro 2 bass, I immediately think you're talking about my turquoise ZZB bass I bought when I was 17, sold when I was 18, and got back a couple of years ago, 20 years. Someone else had it. I got it back. That one, I think of that one. Yes, I've done plenty of videos on that. It's a stunning bass. I absolutely love it. That was the one I really, really regretted selling, and that's why I've got such a problem. Every time I ever go to sell something, I always think about it for a couple of weeks and make sure I definitely want to sell it, because I got the fear from that one, the one that got away. Everyone's got one. Recommended neck relief is 0.12 or 0.16. I think you're talking about fuck all space there. Pontiac, I don't think that really counts. I'm looking at 0.12. No. 0.012. Oh, 0.120. 0.0. Oh, no. Are you talking about, see when you talk about neck relief, you're talking about holding it down in the first and last fret and holding it up. And there, that seems incredibly low. Again, it's just a feel from having done so many. Hey, Aunt Wales. Yeah, it's just a standard Washburn bridge. It's a lovely guitar. West Tone Thunder bass. Yeah. Spend about 60 quid for setup tools. It will save you sad team. You've doubt you have. Yes, but I don't. I've now got more tools. It is possible if you spend a bit more time at it. I mean, I was doing fret jobs with this. I did the frets on my thingy with that. That's a fucking B&Q £10 bastard file. Actually, allowed to use the word bastard because that's what it's called. You can do it. And because I can do a fret job with that, when I actually bought decent files, it was like pure, oh, this is much quicker. And then I even my latest one was this one, the actual fret dressing file, which if you look at there, I don't know, you can really see it. It's got like a, we're never going to focus then. See, it's kind of like 3 different fretboards, fret radiuses. Makes it much easier. You can still do it with a normal file though. And none of these things are StewMac stuff. And so it came down to do the nuts. If you're looking at doing nuts, it's 60 quid for a set of files from StewMac to do nuts, which is much easier. I was able to do nuts with these fucking stupid wee, the ones you get like 10 of them for, I don't know, a couple of quids in Aldi or something like that. It can be done. If you're only doing one nut, that's fine. If you're, and then this is the nut file I bought, which is pure brutal. It's super, like, see on the nut, see if you lean down on it and go, that's you down to the wood. So this one, you kind of let it sit using its own weight, but it can totally be done and it's relatively good. That's like 6-7 quid. If I was spending all day, doing 50 guitars a week, of course I would buy the Stumac files. They're much easier to use. I'm not doing 50 guitars a week. Nuts. I'm doing a nut once a month, something like that. It's like, so, okay, instead of taking me 3 minutes, it takes me 10 minutes. I'm willing to absorb that cost. It's the same thing when you're trying to do it's like the DeWalt drills. I was running using a Black & Decker drill, no problem at work and all that. And then we're building a fence, me and my dad. So 8-hour shift, constantly putting screws in. The DeWalt drill was fucking great and it lasted all day and it was much, but it's like, yeah, but that's if you're putting up one shelf, so you're putting in 6 screws or whatever. Yeah, you're 10% faster using a DeWalt, which is 10 times the price, than a Black & Decker or whatever cheapy home brand drill you've got. Yeah, but then you start going, I'm building a fence, so I'm putting in 1,000 screws this week. Worthwhile having the DeWalt. I spent $100 at the grocery store. It's all gone. Spent $100 on a guitar. Still have it. I send someone who's just justifying buying guitars to her. Hey, Ruben. Looking good. Thanks. Cheers. Don't feel good, but there you go. Hey, Andy, how's it going? Those 2 Encore guitars are both shocking. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with them. Yeah, hideous. I don't think I'll ever be able to make them work. Oh, Wales missed an absolute bargain because I couldn't travel. Someone sold an old Arbiter Flying V in a shaped case with a yellow lining for £40. Well, I'll tell you, my Arbiter Flying V came in a shaped case with a yellow lining. It was £30 in Cumbernauld. I didn't even buy it quickly. I waited a week and went and got it. And I offered the guy, I feel like a right arsehole for doing this. It wasn't in perfect nick. It had lots of duct tape on it and all that shit, but it did also have some upgrades. And the neck had snapped, but I clamped it and fixed it. So I was like, you take 20, and he went 25. That pair. Okay, 25, done. Do you have a $5? No. So I fucking went out his house, went to the petrol station I'd passed 500 yards away, bought 2 cans of Red Bull, came back so I could give him 25 quid. What a knob. I didn't know what it was I was looking at, though. It turned out that guitar had, it still got Grover tuners. Not, you get the Grover tuners you get in Epiphones. Fucking not them. You get the really good Grover tuners that cost £60-70 a set that I've got on that look the same as the Epiphone ones, but are 3 times the weight and so much better. Not them. These tuners are fucking glorious. It's like I've never got up here. How can you be impressed with tuners? Go turn that one and you just go, wow, I didn't know tuners could be this good. It's also got a Maxon Ibanez pickup, which looks funny. It's like a metal cage on it and the neck, and it's got a Gibson Dirty Fingers in the bridge, which is all gold and only came in one guitar. It came in a 1975 Flying V. That's it. They never made the Gibson Dirty Fingers with gold poles for any other guitar, and they never sold it separately. That was kind of what threw me. I was like looking at it going, that's a fucking... It doesn't say Gibson on it, obviously, but I was like looking at it going, that pickup's worth the fucking 30 quid. I'm just waiting because I'm too tired to play myself. ABBA got my first six string black blah blah, a nice deeper purple in the pocket. Fuck's sake, what you're ABBA, Bryan Adams, and Deep Purple in one go. I can try it. Practically mint, gorgeous cherry colour, look like just like Mark Bolan's. Yeah, it's the same one I've got. It's the same one. The Arbiter one's the same one. What time is it? What time is it? Where's my phone? There. Am I ready to start to play a song? I'm not quite at 10. I'm not even. How's my bucky counter going? When that's gone, we're stopping. So maybe a short one tonight. So I've got to play ABBA and so it's like. I can't remember how you play fucking ABBA. It's disgusting and I hate myself for it. But I had that one pure worked out. So failed at the ABBA one. I was like fucking got the first real fake string, running by the line, turning to the ground, was it coming around 69? It's turning everything forever. Those were the best days of my life. Ain't no use in complaining when you got a job to do. So good night at the drive-in, that's when I met you. Standing on your mother's porch, it didn't really last forever. Like the last years of my life. I don't know how you sing that one. I don't know how you play anything. Terrible, sorry for infecting with the lip. SOS. Yeah, but it gets really heavy. If I can remember how it goes, like it goes like the kid goes, if you tear me down, can you tear me yes? When you're gone, what can I even try to go on? When you're gone, it's definitely a B flat. That's the heavy bit. Fucking not doing it drunk. It's not good. I don't dig. You hear the sound of the airplane moves. Raw energy. The real guitarist ABBA, Lasse Wellander, just died. All guitar to album session musician. Really? Possibly. Someone's giving me the chords. It's not F. And when you see me, nothing else can hear me. SOS. When you go, what can I even try to go on? When you go, will I even try to go? Yes, I want to do that. Yeah, no, ABBA, the music's just ridiculous. John Frusciante's Yao Hunter. If SOS is great, is it? I used to cover SOS. It's surprisingly metal. I like it. I tried to do it in Cranking House, and the rest of the band were like, "No, it's fucking amazing. Listen to this because it worked out pure. When you're gone, dun dun dun, how you gone, dun dun dun." It's fucking rocking. They were all just like, but that's not on rock anthems. Do you want to play Thin Lizzy, Boys Are Back in Town instead? And I'm like, oh man, okay. Mr. White, what key is Rain? And talking about Beatles Rain? I don't know. It can't be difficult though. Eh? I'm assuming it's D. Something like that. Oh, maybe SOS is a pure obvious one to do. I also want to do Does Your Mother Know, which is not one I'd ever really liked or recognised. Actually, I don't know if anyone's ever seen it, the Tribal People Try, where it's like a wee village in Pakistan somewhere where they get, one of them's got the internet or something. I got some Slater status quo, man. Fuck's sake. It's like Rain is a 1-4-5, but guitars tuned to the all D's tuning. I think D, C, and G was pretty much what I was playing, wasn't it? Yeah, totally. I don't know. I don't really know that song, but I do know that's why I wanted a Gibson SG, because George Harrison's playing one in that. Chris Jericho's band cover play. I don't that ABBA. But the thing about ABBA, The Darkness come on to Arrival, which was also covered by, who's it that covered Arrival? Mike Oldfield has a version of ABBA Arrival, which is one of the first ABBA records I bought. My wee brother did win a raffle once, and he bought ABBA. He won ABBA Gold on VHS, like a video thing. Like, you like ABBA? And I was like, then one time me and my pals were sitting and put it on. It was just like, fuck, this song's amazing. Oh my god, so's this one. Oh my, and it was fucking amazing. ABBA Gold is killer. Once you start playing music, it's like, it's just musically, it's like, it's glorious. A wee bit like baby metal in that sense. It's like musically, it's just so enjoyable. The tunes are really catchy, really cheesy, and really enjoyable anyway. But musically, they're just glorious as well. That's where you get something like your, dare I say, Oasis. They don't have any of the musical bit in it. They've got a catchy melody. That's it. There's no, I wouldn't say it was a good melody, but that's what you can latch on to. I heard you, don't look back, you wanker. I heard you gay. You can hear that, but the music's just. Whereas with ABBA, you've got this pure rocking and amazing music behind it. Amazing. So Tribal People Try. It must be algorithms. It's scary. There's one where they're watching baby metal. I still maintain that ABBA and the Beatles were the greatest pop writers. What was the point in putting 20th century in? Just put of all time, and it's like, yeah. There's some like, the one that really got me was the bass in Money, Money, Money. Dum 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 dum. Fucking amazing. The man, producers, writers, excellent. ABBA music is okay, musicians top level. No, but it's like, it's not. It's Benny. See if you listen to some other stuff by ABBA, like their album tracks and shit, it's Benny. And the girls singing is absolutely amazing as well. But Benny's a nutter. I think he was a bit of a stoner, but I mean, he's unbelievably good. Intermezzo number 1. Dun 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 dun. Dum dum bum. Dum 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 dum. Da 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 da. Bass comes in. Woo! I can't play it obviously, but that's fucking yes. It's kind of taking the piss a little bit, going like that. Yeah, baby metal do that as well a little bit as well. The Cult, I don't really get the Cult. I've tried to play in a band a couple of Cult songs. None of them really, they're not catchy enough for me. I know I need super catchy for me to remember it. If I can hum it, I've got an attempt at playing it. I need to be in the shower, walking to the shops or whatever, and have the riff or a bit of melody in my head for me to appreciate it. And if music doesn't do that to me, I don't tend to remember it. I would say maybe the Foo Fighters kind of fall into that category. I mean, yes, I like them. I've never been walking down the road going, dun, 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 what is that? What's that thing that's been in my head all day? What is it? And I look it up and it's like, it's never the Foo Fighters. It's always fucking ABBA or an advert or something stupid. Benny Anderson piano, he never knew how to write notes, so there was always a person writing down the notes he played. Possibly, yeah. I know, Joachim, you're Swedish, so kind of want to slag off ABBA a little bit for being their biggest export, but no, ABBA are fucking great. Schubert invented the modern song structure, maybe. You think the Ruttles are the most see how some things freak you out a little bit. That's one of them. Do you know what I was literally, in fact, even what was I watching there? Look, Get Up and Go, the making of the Ruttles. I figured I had half an hour before my live stream, so I just put that on for a laugh. Tonight, there you go. That's see that. If you could zoom in, you would see that that is the making of the Ruttles because I was interested in it. The Ruttles are fucking fantastic, yes. And I now know now's the time to ask me about the Ruttles because I've just watched a half-hour documentary on the making of it. It was awesome. See, I'm not cultured enough to know who Schubert is. I know the name. People ask me all the time, what do you do? I tell them I want to rock. Oh. Well, it's actually if Andy Neon Tetricion's on, he's still got. He showed me when I was me and Scott were around at his house during the week. I had the camera on my head. Too much shit to go on. It'll be up next week at some point. The Ruttles, we found the demographic. There you go, Andy. I just mentioned you there 2 seconds ago. You've got the record that's got. Did they not sue Noel Gallagher for just stealing an entire song, melody, and all the chords, basically? Not because he'd worked it out, because he'd bought the fucking sheet music. Is how Noel Gallagher goes like up here. I'm not just in the trousers, the tight trousers. Yes, didn't like the music. No, no. The SG shape, that's a controversial opinion. SG shape, I think that the Rattle sequel, Brian McGee. There's a sequel. Is there? I've got the record and I've got the video. I don't know if I ever bought it DVD. Ave Maria, 300 songs, Schubert wrote 800. All in 16 years, I've known his lifetime at 31. Right, okay, I don't know that much about it. The Rat Killer, Bongo Dog Doodah Band, Urban Spaceman. No, the one that really got me was something about in Africa. It's you could. I mean, I think it's on YouTube. Bongo Dog Doodah Band have some seriously sick shit. Vivian Stanfield's fucking hilarious. One of Keith Moon's pals, and the stories of them doing stupid stuff in London in the 60s. Like, well, they'd be sitting in one of their flats getting pure hammered. It's like, right, what are we going to do? Let's do some mad that pure, right? So basically, one of them dressed up, I don't know which way around, one of them dressed up as Hitler, the other one dressed up as a nun, and then they walked down one of the Piccadilly Circus or something, whipping the nun. Like, just because that was the sort of thing they thought was really funny at the time. Hundreds of crap like that. It's also Vivian Stanfield that does the voices in Tubular Bells because they'd hired the Manor Studio during the day, and Mike Oldfield didn't have any money, so he was allowed to come in at midnight till 6 a.m. or whatever it was, 2 a.m. till 10 a.m. to use it because Bonzo Dog Doodah weren't doing it there. And then, but he was ready to do the whole first side of Tubular Bells at the end. It's like, up here, right? So it's Vivian Stanfield that goes, like pure Tubular Bells, grand piano. Oh, that's Vivian Stanfield. They're walking about with a microphone. It's great. He's lying. He's always lying. Myrtle's 2 can't buy me lunch. Makes sense. CHEESCEANDOINIONS, cheese and onions. Yes. No, I mean, we know them. Yeah, okay. I honestly, I haven't. The thing is, it's scary is I hadn't even seen or thought of the Ruttles in years and years, decades perhaps. Well, I do seem to remember talking about them sort of recently when I was talking about we used to play Get Back in a band and we played the Get Up and Go solo to make the song longer. But questionnaire, I don't even remember that. Jay Turser's one I don't know the name of. I don't know about the SG thing. The SGs are kind of, I don't know, to be honest, I've not played one for ages, and I've not bought more than one. You know, it's like, well, up until I've bought a few, Bucky casters, sort of cheap ones that I was going to fix up and sell on, but never for me, because I had my Epiphone SG that I bought when I was 18, and then a couple of years later, once I could play all the War Pigs, I bought a Gibson one, and I suppose had an EBO. Now I've got a Gibson EBO, and then last year, the year before, whenever it was, I bought that was the next SG I bought, and then I swapped it for shit. Whereas Strats and Tellys had many of them. SGs kind of just because I had the one I wanted. Oh, I'm now craving a cup of tea. I'll end up writing a song like I love. Like, well, there you go. One of the best gigs I ever saw was Neil Innes. Not as good as Acid Mother's Temple, but up there. I know Acid Mother's Temple. My pal Ivor likes them. They're mental. Yeah, I know Acid Mother's Temple. Only from videos that my pal Ivor took, and he keeps telling me to go and see them. Yeah, I've heard they're pretty good. Jay Turser. I recognise the name, but it's one of those ones that I'm maybe a wee bit wary of them, because when you do see a Jay Turser guitar, you go, that looks fucking great. Why is it only 60 quid or 100 quid? It doesn't seem right. There's something wrong with it. It's a fake. It's not, can't be good. It's like, it's a bit strange. Future business, get duck lips and become influencer of my career. Pairing socks on weekends after lunch and watching Malcolm live stream. Pairing socks? Yes, okay. Right. Yeah, well, there you go. Oh. Neil Innes on piano with a band. Where Neil Innes is also he's in Holy Grail. Oh fuck! I've never put that video up, did I? I kind of get overwhelmed by the amount of shit we took with the camper van, but me and Scott went to a few Holy Grail locations, which I haven't put up yet. And Neil Innes is the guy with the coconuts. Is he? He's in it. He's definitely the one. He's definitely the minstrel that sings "Brave Sir Robin ran away, ran away, ran away. He is not in the least bit afraid to have his legs chopped off and his eyes gouged out and his knees caps split and his all that." That's him that wrote the words for that. Irvin Magnum. It's just like back in the day when they used to be gigs, stool pigeon. Jesus. Yeah, no, it's funny when you always see there's like the Air Pavilion. You was talking about that, Andy. It's like all these mad places that used to exist. I mean, Black Sabbath played Kirky. The bit, see, when I'm always walking past, I was saying, there's Bar Bliss, that place here about 100 yards away from it. Black Sabbath played there in the 60s because my pal Gavin and Graham Suter's mum saw them in 1970 or something like that. They used to get gigs in wee towns, which you just don't get anymore. I mean, obviously you're going to get like a cover band or something. You're not going to get a proper band playing. Jay Custer's okay, go for 150 turn in USA. Mine was £30. The original frets were very uneven. Only fretwear was in the first 3 frets, DG and cowboy chords. Yes. It is funny. That is, again, one of the advantages of the Japanese guitars is they weren't cheap. They were expensive. So the people who bought these new in, was this 1983? Whoever bought this new in 1983, it wasn't their first guitar. It wasn't £100, it was £200 or whatever. So you tend to get more even fretwear because by that point you get people up here. I mean, one of my things about people who buy shite, like cheap guitars and they start to play, if you're looking at, like your entry level, especially acoustics, I did this, I'm sure everyone else did. You never change the strings on the fucker. So the strings are ancient, right? The strings are on it for the first year. So they go all rusty and they damage the frets. Also, when you start playing the guitar, you're playing open chords. And the first time you play a G, you hold the strings down as hard as you can so they ring. And then you hold the strings down really hard. And then once you've been playing for 6 months, you get your muscles have built up so you can push down really hard. But you have to, because the strings are now 6 months old and you've never cleaned them, you have to play it really hard. So you end up absolutely battered in the open chords and you end up with fret wear round about these chords. You get something like my Paul Gilbert, which has got really pretty bad fret wear. The fret wear is kind of like this, as it should be. Do you know what I mean? So because it's worn down from someone going like that. So it's like not so much on these frets, but on the lower ones. And then when you get to here, it's like it's all round about here, which is where I kind of tend to live, kind of round about here on a fretboard. So if I had a guitar from new that had specially really soft frets to wear down, it would be kind of worn down in sort of rough patterns round about here, sort of thing. Kind of these ones. Do you prefer Holy Grail of Life of Brian? I haven't. I think I saw Life of Brian first, but I didn't really understand it. I don't think. I think Holy Grail is. I can't even watch it. I've not seen it for probably nearly 20 years, because the last time I tried to watch it when I bought the DVD 20 years ago, I knew every single word because I'd seen it so many fucking times because I taped it off the telly. But I was just dying when I saw that. I couldn't believe. It started off really silly. And then, it's like fucking mongooses or something. I can't remember what it says. And then it shows you this. Now, what I can see is basically show me a still from a Terry Gilliam film. I know what it is, because it's just got that pure, covered in shit, stinky look. And it's like fucking clouds and all that. And then you hear the horse coming in. And then he comes in and he doesn't have a horse. Got coconuts. And then you're just like, what the fuck is this I'm watching? I knew Monty Python. What the fuck is this? And it just got sillier and sillier and sillier. So I'm going for The Holy Grail. The Life of Brian's a better film, probably, but The Holy Grail is just it's so silly. And this is real life or just simulation? Asking for a friend. It's just simulation. There's no such thing as real life. Trident. I've fixed Trident's guitars. See, my favourite thing about Trident, I knew my pal G, he saw them because he was at school with them. I think they were a couple of years above him at school. So on his like last day of fifth year or whatever it was at Kirky High, Trident did a gig. I was like, pure Trident. I was, oh, they like all this sort of heavy metal band. Like, oh, amazing. There's 3 of them. Yeah, no. Really? No. There's like 4 or 5 of them up here. They're called Trident. Fucking yes. Do you know what I mean? It's like, if there was 3 of them, that's still cool. But the fact that there's more than 3 of them, there's not 3 of them and they're called Trident. Fucking yes. Oh. A projected reality, we can project what we want. Yeah. Yes, actually, I've been looking at I need to put that video up. You're all known Monty Python. You wait to see that video I've got that I've just not bothered because I've got too many fucking videos to edit, and it's a real drag editing shit. That's why I don't edit stuff very often. No, we went to at least 3 or 4 locations from the Holy Grail. None including we didn't go to the Cave of Carbana, even though I know where that is. We didn't go to Castle Stalker, even though I know where that is. But we went to other places. And it was like, that's fucking the bit where all round about Dune Castle. It's like, apart from the fact that we actually, the first, I don't know if it's in the camper van video, when it was like, we'll go to Scone Palace. That's the place. It's Scone Castle. It's got like Scone Palace. I recognise that name. It must be Scone Palace. Well, eventually on the Sunday or the Monday, we went to Scone Palace. And it's like, no, it's not Scone Palace. This isn't the place. What the fuck is that? It's not Scone. Dune Castle is where it's all filmed. Yeah, so we've been there and walking about it, and there's bits where you just go. They were obviously the problem with the Holy Grail was they had National History Scotland. They had all these castles booked to do all the shots, and then National History went, no, you can't do that. when they'd already got the film greenlit, so they had to basically shoot everything at one castle, which is the one that I went to, because it was privately owned. It wasn't a proper natural history thing. You've got a guitarist dream room, guitars, amps, and guitar bits. Yeah. Trident are still gigging. I know. I know that because I've, if you look in my videos, I've actually done Trident's Telecaster. We've got a yellow, it's kind of that colour, sort of orangey yellow Telecaster that's got her as a inky stuff, lots of Sharpie writing on it. I set that up and changed the pickups in it for Trident. How's that for Trident? I know fucking Trident. I've heard of them. I've still never seen them. I know they're good. I don't know. They're from somewhere. They went to Kirky High though. Trident. I don't know how many original people there are in it. But I'd done that with Telecaster. Guitarist dream room, guitars, amps, and guitar bits. Yeah, so it doesn't have a drum kit though, so you can't have a jam in here. It's too small. Maybe probably look at doing that. Tied up and walk here. Yeah, very good. Very good. Yeah, no, but the Monty Python bits, the thing is, it's even the bit with the Knights Say Knee, pretty sure we saw that bit. Pretty sure we saw the bit with the Black Knight. See the bit where it's like they're jumping over just before Lancelot charges the castle, when it's like pure look in the distance, then it cuts back to the two guys standing at Doon Castle like that pure. And it's like, then he comes in and fucking kills everyone. That bit. Just before that, there's a bit where he's with Eric Idles as Lancelot's John Cleese. Eric Idles is Concord. Is that Concord? Is that pure message for you? Sorry, he gets an arrow in his chest with a thing on it, and it's thing we'd stuck a message out. The wee pure. It's like, but father. It's like that fucking amazing. all that shit. I'm pretty sure we've got that bit as well. I need to have a look at it. I grew up here in Sweden with the Oneiden line. I've never seen the Oneiden line. It's one of the ones I need to look at though. Emmerdale Farm, upstairs, downstairs, Blackadder, Faulty Towers, Keeping Up Appearance, Dad's Army. That was Sweden, not 9 o'clock news. It doesn't sound very Swedish, to be honest, Joachim. It sounds basically like what I grew up with as well. I don't remember the wild ones. I don't remember. I never watched Emmerdale Farm, but I remember Mum and Dad watching upstairs, downstairs. But Blackadder, Faulty Towers, Keeping Up Appearances. You know, Keeping Up Appearances is the BBC's biggest ever export, still to this day. And actually, I've got a guitar owned by, in Keeping Up Appearances, Onslow, the brother-in-law, string vest, fat guy. I've got his guitar. He died, but I bought his guitar. It's basically, it's a Washburn Force 2. Looks like this, apart from it's burgundy. I get 2 humbuckers in it. I didn't know this when I bought it, but when I bought it, it was like I bought it from the estate of Geoffrey Hughes, his name is. He was also in Doctor Who and Trial of a Time Lord, and he also did the voice of Paul McCartney in the Yellow Submarine film. I've got his guitar, and I didn't pay a premium for it because I didn't know that's what it was when I bought it. Yeah, but Joachim, he had a guitar. He used to play. Geoffrey Hughes, the guy who played it, used to play in a pub blues jam night thing once a week. And he played his guitar. It was pretty fucking worn, and he bought it. Yeah, he'd also lined the inside with tape. And honestly, I know this is fucking really bad to speak ill of the dead, but see, when I opened the case, it smelt of armpits, like a fat, sweaty guy. It's what it smelt like. I think the case, I think he'd been dead for like a year when I bought it, but there you go. Sorry for you outside. You say been inundated with horrible American TV shows. There weren't that many, to be honest, Pontiac, that I ended up watching. I mean, we're talking about, you're not when you say horrible, you don't obviously include Quincy, or sorry, Quincy shouldn't be first. It should obviously be Columbo, and then Quincy, Murder, She Wrote, and Diagnosis Murder. They're fucking class. They're good. Well, then you get your Knight Rider 80 Mayorwolf. Yeah, didn't really watch that much other. Friends, fucking everyone used to like that. I don't know. So you recovered from the Scholastic? I've not talked to it yet. tonight, Craig. I just realised that Craig, your name is Craig. So sorry, I don't mind calling you Craig because that's what Andy always called you. So I was up here, Craig. I'm just like, I don't know I don't know your second name. Why would I? But there you go. Seinfeld, Cosby. I used to watch the Cosby Show, I suppose. But you just go back to, it's like TV when we were kids. I don't know. I'm born 78, so it's like we didn't have lots of TV channels, and when I was growing up, the TV was very rarely on. It was on when there was something on TV. It wasn't until many years later, like when I was in my 20s, that I would go around to folks' houses and the TV would just be on. And it's like, oh, your TV's on, what are you watching? And it's like, I'm not really watching anything, it's just on. Like, huh? That never really occurred to me when I was like, I don't know, like you're a teenager sitting drinking Bucky and smoking weed and listening to records, and the TV wasn't on. Not going, the TV was only fucking that size, but I mean, you put it on when Red Dwarf was on, or you put it on when Forest Towers was on. The telly just wasn't on because there was only like four channels. I don't ever remember there only being 3 channels. Only 4 channels. Remember when the 5th one came out, when the Spice Girls launched it, and it was great because it played like fucking Terminator and all these Arnie films from the 80s, Channel 5. But I mean, I just didn't watch. So like back in the day, so many people of my generation watched Only Fools and Horses all the time, and EastEnders, and all these things that were just on TV because that's what the families watched. I didn't watch any of that stuff. The TV, we never even had a telly at the weekends because it was MASH, Mork and Mindy. I sort of remember these a wee bit, but not fully. Packed Up Man was too addictive. Got the crack cocaine of gaming. Yes, the Skeletric. So it's disgusting. I was looking up shit earlier on. You know, someone selling that Batman set for $10. Only got one card on your controller, but I'll get a spare controller for you. No, it's terrible, man. I'm not buying any more Skeletric. That's been two nights this week. I've been out till 4 a.m. fucking racing plastic cars. Kojak, Hill Street Blues. I know who Kojak is. Never watched it. Hill Street Blues rings a bell. Never saw it. The Odd Couple, the film. That was one of the first VHS videos we ever had, and I used to watch it. And it's one of those things that I saw it maybe about 20 years ago. The first time I'd seen it since I was a kid. The Odd Couple, the film with Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon, is fucking hilarious. Oh man. I never got it when I was a kid. Some of it's really funny, but I mean, wow. So I got a sandwich. What do you want? Well, I've got sort of a brown one or a green, some with brown in it, some with green in it. And like, they're playing a poker night, so I need to watch that again. I bet you I've missed 3/4 of the film. Up until recently, Wine USA had only a few UK shows playing in PBS. Are you being served? Oh my god, I sort of remember that being on. I don't think that's aged very well. Doctor Who, Keeping Up Appearances. I don't know. Friday night back in the day, you had Bottom, then Eurotrash. I remember watching Eurotrash. What was the other thing? The Word. Remember watching that? Seeing Nirvana on The Word. And also remember seeing what the band that were like Nirvana, the girl band L7, I think they were called. And they were playing a song like this is live on TV, and they took their pants off during the song, and I'm just like, I'm 13 going, my God, just how could you take your pants off on TV? But they did. And Eurotrash was hilarious. Felix Unger, yes, that's exactly it. Dallas, Falcon Crest, Kojak, Hill Street, Eddie. I don't know Eddie Shoestring, but I used to see those things. I used to watch things because of the music at the start. I liked the start of Dallas. I could even hum the tune. It must have been good. Ba 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 da da ba ba. I remember watching the intros, these things, and when it started, I'd turn it off. And to be honest, I think I sort of did that with the A-Team and other things where I used to like the theme music for these things, or like the Dukes of Hazzard. I always remember loving the intro and the bit at the end where the credits would roll, because that's when it showed you all the exciting bits of the cars crashing and shit. Whereas the rest of it, you'd be half an hour sitting there watching it, folk talking, going, "Oh, car chase! Oh, car chase! Jump! Oh, car chase!" Or talking. And that's how I remember these things. Miami Vice. I remember the music. I remember the car. I didn't watch it ever. Didn't watch TV in the 80s. I was in the punk club gigging. Quite right. I was fucking in the 80s. I was up trees and basically had a penknife, and had a knife. I didn't stab people. I'd get sticks and just chop them up. Never whittling. I never made anything. I would just have a stick. I'd fucking just whittle away at it till there wasn't a stick anymore. Then I'd sharpen the knife and I would go and do something else. These days, difficult. I've totally given up on TV now. I can't handle watching TV. What? No one's telling me what to watch. Bastards. I'm not doing that. I watch what I want to watch on YouTube. Take it, Don Johnson's Heartbeat album. I may do that sometime. I mean, I honestly, I can remember the graphics and the logo for Miami Vice. Didn't like the show. The one that got me after that was probably a couple of years later, Baywatch. And this is disgusting. I'm quite embarrassed about it. Right? Obviously, I used to watch Baywatch, right? Not for the story, not for the music, not for that. I used to watch it for the boats. It was all scarabs and all that. Later, it was for the boobs, but to be honest, I used to watch it for the boats. It's fucking great. You see these, jet skis and well-crafted scarabs ripping across fucking the ocean like that. Pure. That's what I used to watch. I also had Michael Knight in it. I've got TV on in the background. Hammers dismantling cherries. I don't even know what that is. Quite right. Throw the boats, man. No, Craig, the boats in Baywatch were fucking awesome. But that's what. But motorboats. I'm talking about. These are fucking scarabs. You know what I mean? These are twin 5.7 litre OMC Cobra engines in them, in a 40-foot boat that's just basically a speedboat. Yeah, no, loved it, and the jet skis and the wetsuits and all that. I was always me. It wasn't until later on I realised there was boobs and stuff as well. But in saying that, I do generally tend to have my computer on all the time, and it's normally playing shit. I've been trying to listen to the new Baby Metal album, which is the new Baby Metal album is really good. I'm really. I think they made a really bad choice of the first two singles they released off it by trying to appeal to people who aren't mad Baby Metal fans. So they put out songs that were kind of this much mental, but just a really good song. But if you're a proper Baby Metal fan, you want this much mental, when it's like pure, what the fuck? How can you do? No, you can't do that. And it's like there are ones like that. They're amazing. Motorbiking, motorboating. Smells Like Teen Spirit was a genius title. Is it not something to do with a deodorant advert or something? I don't know. But I remember that was the first. I remember, how old would I have been? When was that out? I remember seeing that and going, oh, that's an interesting kind of music. I quite like that, because as far as I was concerned, whenever I put on the radio, we're talking when I was growing up, it's 80s, it was always, which I now like, but Spandau Ballet, I like fucking the James Bond theme soundtrack tape, which just so happened to have, Live and Let Die on it, and Dancing to the Fire. I've got that, and the Shadows and the Beach Boys when I've got my first Walkman, because that was the tape my dad said, oh, I've got a tape you can listen to in your Walkman. There we go, Beach Boys, fucking amazing. The L7 incident in the word, the bassist removed her hygiene product mid-song, sort of reached a pinnacle, and live TV never got the same again. That's the one I saw, yes. But I remember just being like, fucking hell. John Shuttleworth. I don't know if I know who. Smells Like White Spirit. Very good. I'm nearly out of bucky. What time is that for? I'm gonna tie it up now. But I remember being really impressed with Watch the Word. The thing is, the Word, I bet it's pure embarrassing to watch now. I remember, I have to say the other thing I used to watch the Word for, which is disgusting. The Trainers when I was 12. So I oh, Nike Air. I mean, I was interested in these things. You know, I mean, it's like that's the last time I was into. When I was into, you know, I suppose you would call it fashion. It was vitally important at school that you were wearing the right trainers, so you'd have your motorboarded this chick once. I'm feeling a bit lost. But the word, yeah, I remember that. And then by the time TFI Fridays came out, I was old enough to be out with my pals drinking and stuff and having fun. So I never really got to see that very much. I go back to Savory now. I don't know. You're all a bunch of nutters. Wow, it's on distortion, isn't it? It's just not returning to pitch. I saw who? Shuttleworth. I don't even know who he is. Talking about on the tube back, Love and Money. Never heard of them. Never heard of them. I suppose you get Nazareth. Look out the left, the captain said. That night there between the trailers. Not the lonely one that you wish upon. Just the lonely one that guides all the sailors. You got the look so bright to that fight. You got the mystery to love. Take us back the second night of the world. Life is just wonderful. Star bright, you got the loving that I like. Take this crazy world around. I'm gonna get on this flight tonight. Can't do it. John Shuttleworth was Jilty John in the 70s. I don't know who that is. Who's the guy I'm thinking of? Someone Butterfield, Paul Butterfield. Is he like a character? Is like he's got like a fat suit on. I don't know who that is. Ridiculous. I'm going to take this guitar off. I don't think it's holding tune. It's upsetting me with its lack of holding tune. It's going to be the original and classic, which is maybe still in tune when I was playing it the other night. I don't know. I have this feeling that Joni Mitchell covers are always better than the original. It's very possible. Like Bob Dylan. That's a good Bob Dylan song. Who plays it? The Birds. Oh, it's great. Yeah. Oh, it makes work. But as a Joni Mitchell cover, yes. But I don't. I bet you it's got 25 verses, the Joni Mitchell version. I've never really. I mean, obviously, I remember Pay Paradise, look up a parking lot. That's a great song. I've got a healthy respect for Joni Mitchell. I wouldn't have said I was a fan though. Just because she was at Woodstock and she's at the Isle of Wight Festival, or was she not at Woodstock and whatever it was, she appeared in a few videos I'd seen and she's great. Celebrity Antiques Roadshow. I need to look up and find out who John Shutter. Maybe I will know who he is when I see him. I just don't know the name. It's a really bad tuner. It's really only the high E that's really bad. It's enough for drunk tuning. I would have been playing the bass. is that a Monty Python reference there? Buy a yacht. Yes. I don't need a yacht. Basically sell all my guitars and put petrol in my boat. Got a fucking boat that's been locked away in an ex-police station in Dunoon for probably about 5 years. Talking to my dad the other day. It's still there and it's still up. So I've still got a boat. Nobody's pinched it. I just need a tow bar for the Panda and money. But I'll get there. The best thing about a yacht is it doesn't cost money. Well, it costs money to buy the yacht, to transport the yacht to whatever it is you're going to put it in. But once you put it in, it's free. Whereas a speedboat is fucking... It's so expensive. Sell your guitar and buy a tuner. Yeah. Look, I've got a tuner. Using the tuner is the hard thing. And you've not played guitar long enough to know that that's not in tune. It's not in tune, is it? There's two different types of tuning. There's I've had a bottle of Bucky tuning and there's actual tuning. Currently, it's on the I've had a bottle of Bucky tuning. It's all right. These tuners are terrible. We shouldn't be surprising. I got given them because whoever goes, you can have these tuners for nothing. They're fucking terrible. I was like, that'll do for my. I'm going to build a guitar that costs 12 quid. I don't know what it was. I paid 12 quid for, but I paid 12 quid for the whatever it was, the bit that I didn't have to make this out of shite. Yacht. I can make a guitar. No, I've got the problem is it's like, see, as far as boats go, I've got the best boat in the world. See, do anyone remember Airwolf? See, if Airwolf was a speedboat, that's what I've got. 4.3 meter rib, 2-stroke, 600 cc, 40 horsepower on the back. Remote, you sit inside. Fucking, it's the thing. It's even called Easy Rider GT, the best boat in the world. It's the smallest one that you can ski behind and still stay dry and launch it by hand. It's the lot. I did. It's Crag MC. It's his band. Leatherwurst. Nice hits. It's not the best t-shirt. It's not going to survive a wash. I did say I would wear it tonight though. I did actually get a fridge magnets. You see when there's one there. So that'll last. The t-shirt I don't think is surviving a wash, but we'll see what happens. Oh, sailing takes me away. Take me away. I'm going to start a band. I can't believe this band plays like butter. I discovered the narrowboat community in the UK on YouTube. Always thought it was static. I don't know. Yacht rock. There is a record which I never bought. I wonder if it's still there. I need to go. Right, that's a video. I'm going to go into the record fair, FAYRE, which is the record shop which I bought like 1,000 records in when I was a student. There was an album called Yachtsless, which I can't remember what band made it, but it was like 50 pence, and I kept seeing it and going, it's called Yachtsless, and it's got a picture of a yacht on it. I should buy this. I never did. I don't know who they were. I wonder if that still exists. Yacht rock. There is a thing called yacht rock. Obviously, I remember when it was probably in the charts. Her name is Rio, which I need to play. I need to learn to play, actually. It's not going to be that hard. I'm pretty sure it's G. Her name is Rio and she dances in the sun. No, because we're going to one of the folk we know that goes to downloads. Her name is Rio, genuinely. So like just to make her really embarrassed, I have to learn how to play Her Name is Rio when she dances in the sand. But I'll be playing the mini bass, which is there, the wee red bass, which is fucking great. Bum ba boo, boo. I need to learn that. Oh, you're going to the Bond Fest? That should be fun. That should be fun. You can stand at the Bond statue and think, Mad Malco was here. Yeah, so I was at the Kennymere's a lovely place. And go to during the day, Alex, when you're sober, go to the Camera Obscura. It's really cool, man. It was pure, a kind of surreal experience. It was kind of like going on a school trip, apart from you were genuinely actually interested in what you were being shown. You're like, oh, that's amazing. Oh, great. Wow. You're genuine, not like me and Scott were pure, oh, that's brilliant. What about this? Oh, look at that. And asking proper serious questions. Almost like we were taking the piss, but totally weren't. It's like, genuinely, this is awesome. Oh, that's really. The guy did keep name dropping names I wasn't sure of. I know, is it J.M. Barrie who wrote Peter Pan and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who I'm not even sure. Is he the guy that did Sherlock? You know, names like that you sort of recognise, but those were the two that I knew who they were. The other ones I didn't know who they were. But I mean, it's like, yeah, it's great. It's still fucking great. Make a few bucks for the boat, just add a few migrants. Oh dear. It's that. Unfortunately, Mr. White, that's not funny. And or maybe it doesn't really make any difference in Scotland, but in England, that's how we've got fucking Nazis as the government, because they pure peddled that like fuck. It's like pure. Oh, the economy's fucked. Whose fault is that? Is it the fact that we've given massive tax breaks to our friends, the multimillionaires? No. It's the couple hundred people that come in illegally in a boat. That's the problem. Blame them. It's nothing to do with us fucking giving all the money to the people, the richest 0.5% of people in the. No, it's nothing to do with that. No. Blame the black people or the brown people. It's horrible. Yeah, but yeah. Durans were Johnny come lately to Yacht Rock. I only know that because they which I never really made sense to me at the time, but I remember seeing a documentary 10 years ago and we were talking about that. Yeah. So they're kids from, I don't know, Birmingham or something like that. It's like, wow, we've just got $1 million hit single or whatever. The second single, we'll do a video. Let's go to Hawaii and buy massive pink and orange and green suits and we'll film a video on a yacht. And for that, it makes real fun. You don't need to be that sober to go to the thing, but there must be a point when you can't drink. You know what I mean? It's worth going to, though. Actually, they see the John Taylor band. John Taylor is the bass player in Duran. My pal Scott, there's another John Taylor band. John Taylor's a Scottish guy, plays acoustic. Okay, plays acoustic. And Scott was the bass player in his band, and they've recently got some American show, not fucking Sex in the City, but something like that. That the theme tune is actually Scott's playing bass on the theme tune. So there you go. I know a famous person. He does play. He plays an Aria SB 1000, yes. Which I've never played. I've never had a shot at one. The thing about the Aria SB 1000 or 1500 is it's like, see the width at the nut of the strings is the same as the width at the bridge. So that the neck is parallel. You know, necks get wider the further you go up. Not on the Aria SB 1000, which is not the top of the range Aria bass. At the time, the top of the range Aria bass was the PB 1500, which was kind of Les Paul shaped. And I've got one worth nothing like as much money as the John Taylor one. Oh. good bass player likes his walkthroughs and songs. That was amazing. There's a thing on Sky Arts about the creation of the real video. A lot lower budget and half-assed than you might think. No, I think that might have been what I saw, Andy. It was like pure, all right. It was just basically dicks thinking it was funny to go and be in a yacht and all that. Aria SB 1000, yeah. So I've got a the on Aria guitars, the higher than same as Avin is, higher the number, the more expensive the guitar. I've got a PB 1500. It's not. I would much rather have an SB though. Yeah, we sell it. We'll buy an Aria PB 1500. Never played if I can think. I've really got to try and hone down the collection to a point of I've got a chance of keeping strings on them and not playing it for a couple of weeks, and then it hangs on the wall for another month, and then the strings are old, and then it gets replaced with another one. So many. And really, I like a P bass, and I suppose the SB 50, the PB 1500 is kind of, it's got a P bass pickup, it's P bass length. It's just, it's Les Paul shaped through neck and all that. Amazing. But I think I never liked any 80s music until mid 2000s or something. That was filmed on Le Bon's boat, Drum, I think it was called. Ended up sinking. Drum? No. I know the boat that's called Drum. The boat that's called Drum goes out on the Clyde. It's a famous, it's a hire boat thing. My dad's been on it on a business trip thing where they just basically went out and drank wine on a boat. He had a great fucking time. But Drum's like a famous boat on the Clyde. I think you've maybe heard Drum from somewhere else. I don't know if it was Le Bon's. I'm assuming maybe it was filmed fucking up here. I don't know. I think the SB 1000 neck would be too long for me, a real stretch. I would doubt it. I'd imagine it's the easiest bass to play ever. It's the whole thing about, see, the shape of the body makes more difference than the actual length of the neck. I didn't know Simon Le Bon was a child actor, was he? I don't know. I've never seen a child thing. I do know that Vic and Bob did an amazing. They used to parody Slade, where they all pretended to be Slade, and I can't remember what the guy's name is. The guy who used to write it but wasn't in it all the time was what was his name? He played Simon Le Bon, and he was fucking hilarious in it. And I obviously I remember the video for Dancing to the Fire for not the Living Daylights, because that song's called The Living Daylights. Future Kill. That, and it's at the start, he's got a beret on. He's like, yeah, the name's Le Bon. Simon Le Bon, and it's boom, 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 boom. Good. Don't know much about them though. I think, to be honest, I've probably got some of their albums. It's the same boat, Arnold Clark's boat. There you go. Aye. That is Drum. So Drum is the video. So there you go. I've seen it. I've definitely seen Drum. I remember being out in my dad's yacht, because he's got a yacht. He's not yachtless. And it was like, that's his dad's like, that's Drum. Up here, all right, that's Drum. So up here, the binoculars. Aye, it just says Drum on the side. It purely is. It must be a fucking huge boat. There you go. I didn't know it was his boat. I didn't know they had that amount of money to buy a boat like that. It's fucking huge. Like a 50-footer or something like that. Charlie Hickson is the name I was thinking of. The guy who's in the Fast Show and stuff, but not in it enough, but he kind of wrote it all. I think he was there for the whole time. But Vic and Bob doing Slade is fucking hilarious. Someone suggested Slade. I don't know, a cup of soups. Lunch flavour. Yeah, no, it's we're oh, different. I can. Just like the way you go. Don't you take those things to me? Laugh at you when you boo, 'cause I love you. back in time 'cause I love you. I just like the things you do. I'll just stop there. A Repo Man, that's got Emilio Estevez in it. I've never seen it, but I keep seeing it in the best ever sci-fi films. I've just never got around to it. Royalty is better than us. You've been listening to British media there, Mr. Whitesnake. Burn them all. Take their money, spread it out. That's how it should go. Actually, I had to comment. I'm in a Facebook group called Bases I'd Like to Pluck. Because I like bases. Actually, the guy invited me. He was up here. Hey, I've been posting your videos on my Facebook page. Do you want to join the Facebook page? Okay. And it was talking about every day. Oh. There's so many good Slade songs. It's ridiculous. The Tyler Gang. Yes, that's the one. I don't know what it is, but that record was in Record Fair every single time I was looking through all the 50p records, and I kept seeing it and going, can't have been 50p, must have been £1.50 or something, because I would have bought it for 50p. But I kept seeing it and going, the Tyler. I think it might be right. Maybe the Tyler Gang is right. Tyler, Tylaa, maybe. I can picture the cover. It's blue, and it's like, see when someone puts a phone video on YouTube and you get two black bits at the side and then like a vertical picture in the middle. It looks like that. So you've got like a black bit in the middle and a picture of a yacht, and then it's like dark blue bands on either side, I seem to remember. I will need to see Repo Man. I might actually watch it tonight. I don't know what it is. Sounds good, but a lot of these 80s films, I remember it was many years till I saw Free Jack. I thought it's obviously shite. It's a film that's critically panned, and it's got Mick Jagger as the main baddie. It must be terrible. It's fucking amazing. It's great. Tyler Gang. Is it Tyler Gang? A dystopian future is not inevitable. We can fight it. I don't know, Pontiac. It's like, how many warnings did the world get in the 80s about a dystopian future? And it's kind of and I don't know how much America's in it. We're kind of in it here, where you just get the rich get richer and everyone else suffers. As just mind you look at 1984. When was that written? The 50s or something, or the 40s? And you look at it and all the things it says in that. When you watch it now, you watch it and it's like pure yes. And he's changing the past and stuff. That's his job, to go through editing shit, and you're just like that pure. It's meant to be a warning, not a handbook on how to run government, which is what's been happening since I really noticed about politics, last 10 years anyway. It's like they're trying to implement these things. Go, this is a great idea. Look at this. Look. Oh, where's that from? That's from some old book. Hey, look at this. Oh, let's instigate that. That's a great idea. And it's like, it's 1984. It's meant to be a warning against what was going to happen, and that's what they're doing, like, intentionally. It's really difficult. But I mean, yes, the Slade are awesome, and I'm going to use 1984. Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably an element of that in Pontiac and American politics as well, even though I don't follow it, so I don't really know that much. It's kind of, when you see like YouTubers talking about it, and you're like, you're right, well, can it be as bad as that? The problem is, when you see the same YouTubers talking about what's going on down in Westminster, it can't be as bad as that. No, you've not really. It's worse than that. You know that. And it's like, it's ridiculous. Boz deep. Yeah. No, it's just. Well, believe what we tell you, not what you see and know. That was like, that was me for the when it all went wrong for me, basically when everyone went fucked up. Didn't really. There's nothing I can do about it. Obviously, our government are all dicks. It doesn't really matter. And then it was, I can't play, Craig. I can't play any Van Halen. It's only relatively recent I've learned to not pure hate Van Halen. I don't know how to play any of it. I can probably batter out the one bit was that's how much Van Halen I can play. Breaking news, 85-year-old man shoots and kills 16-year-old toddler. Oh. Aztec Camera. I don't even know who they are, but I do know that the first band I was in that did anything, we recorded in the practice pad in Maryhill, and we recorded over Aztec Cameras last, whatever it was, they just recorded, because we were using the same ADAT tapes, but it was Aztec Camera we were in the day before we were in the studio. We only had it for 2 days. They were obviously in for weeks. That's really only where I know Aztec Camera from. And these things I need to listen to. I used to be so against 80s sound. Like, see, when I was like, I don't know, up till I was about 30 or something, it was like, for me, it was like, that's why I'm still struggling with chorus and reverb and all, effects, because I just hated that. I would listen to the Beach Boys and the Beatles and the Stones and Black Sabbath. They didn't use any of that fucking horrible 80s sound, which now I've kind of learned to appreciate a little bit. Is their version of Jump better than the bluegrass version with Dave Lee Roth? But it's got they've got like fucking banjo players now. It's like so it's like an acoustic version. That's really good. Aztec Camera always found it hard to focus in the studio. Yeah, well, I was in their studio after the recording, but obviously they weren't super famous if they were recording in the practice pad. But there you go, Roddy Frame, yeah. I know Roddy Frame, the name, because when we joined Jesse Ray, me and my pals, two of my pals, became Jesse Ray's backing band. He was posting a thing where Roddy Frame did an acoustic version of Inside Out, and Jesse was really pleased with it because he'd done a kind of like a not taking the piss version. What do you mean? What's the word I'm looking for? An honourable? No, there's a word, like a good version, a respectful version of Inside Out on acoustic, and Jesse was pure over the moon with someone else who covered the song. Roddy Frame is from East Kilbride. Well, that doesn't surprise me. That's very possible. Yes, I don't know anything about them. From Westwood to Hollywood is a great lyric if you know East Kilbride. I've been there hundreds of times, to be honest, all I know. Oh, I know, great, from my Gala Shields days. From Gala, right, totally. He's a sort of a bit of a local celebrity, is Jesse Ray, a bit mental. I still remember the first time we ever met him. We'd done a few videos, me and my pals getting drunk. Some of them are I need to get fucking a hold of Michael and get the videos back. We saw him one weekend when we were drunk. Michael had heard his song Over the Sea on some radio station when he was at work. Come back, looked up the video, going, my God, guys, have you seen this? We watched it and went, that's fucking amazing. He's got other songs. Oh my God, this is fucking great. Let's cover. Oh my God, he's still alive. Let's cover Over the Sea. So we did it. I was playing 8-string bass. We recorded it up in the house in Lindsay, and put it up. And then he commented on it, going like, "Here, that's great, man." And then it was like we did it for like 2 weeks. I think we did 3 songs, and his comment on the third one was, "Right, lads, when's the gig?" And then we were his band. So we went down to Roddy plays a guitar. He does the theme to Early Doors. I don't know what Early Doors is. The thing that got us with Jesse Ray was like, obviously, get the helmet, the claymore, and all that shit. And we were down and we met him in St. Boswell's Rugby Club because we were going to go down and rehearse the gig that we were going to do. We'd kind of worked out 10 songs to do or whatever it was. And we went down to St. Boswell's Rugby Club and we were standing talking to, I don't know, 12, 13-year-olds kind of hanging about. As you do, wearing tracksuits and stuff, and I'm talking about, I've been seen Jesse, I'm up here just talking away to them, they're like, oh, you got any hash for sale? And we're like, no, what? And then next thing, Jesse comes round the corner on his Land Rover, gets out, he's got the full kit on, he's got the Claymore on his back and all that, and the kids were just like pure, huh? And they just went away. There was no, look at that guy with the sword out, because I think that's just a common thing if you're in St. Basil's or in Galashiels, you'd say, who's that guy? The mad guy with like a kilted warrior? And it's like, he just goes about like that. Mental. Oh. Bernie Worrell. Oh, Bernie Worrell was fucking... Bernie Worrell said... Bernie Worrell has seen and heard me play his synth lines on a Yamaha DX21. Because I saw there's a video of him, because he died last year, a few years ago, but he was still talking to Jesse, one of Jesse's best pals. He's like, I've got this band going. It's just like basically three idiots from Glasgow who think it's funny, dressed in neon and play guitars and all that. And it's like, so basically I've played things on the bass and on the keyboard that probably only me and Bernie Worrell have ever played. Chainsaw. Yeah. Are there any Sabbath songs hidden on albums do you think deserve the attention the big hits got? I don't know if they really had any big hits, but I mean, basically the first 6 albums are solid all the way through, and the next 2 are 3/4 awesome. I don't know. The Scottish know how to play funk for sure. I don't know. There's only one person that knows how. Scots funk consists of one guy, I'm afraid. Don't really know. I saw Scottish, the Average White Band. I don't really know them. I know they were my Uncle Neil's favourite band. I'd never heard of them. And they had, I remember their album cover was kind of like just a plain white cover, and it's AWB, and the W was kind of like that, and it had like a drawing of a girl's sitting down, like a girl's ass was the W. That's all I know about them. Need to get more into that. Right, it's getting near midnight. I need to go to bed. Craig Cash Rovers, recent TV show. Never heard of them. The Average White Band, they sold a lot more records. I remember seeing their records a lot when I was looking through records in the 50p bins. Never bought any of it. I never understood funk. I feel really bad about it. Even when I was playing fucking bass for Jesse Ray, and I remember we were playing in McCool's in Glasgow, and someone comes up and it was folk dancing. It's like really bizarre playing when folk are dancing. So I played the bass on it. Is up here, the guys up here, you totally feel the funk, and I was like, up here, and honestly, in my heart of hearts, I didn't know what he was talking about. It wasn't until later on, 6 months later, I started going, all right, and now I get it. Now I get it. I didn't get it at the time. I was just playing stuff I didn't understand, but now I get I know sipping a can of Monster is a terrible thing. There's a resealable can of Monster though. This is getting resealed, and I've got some diluting juice I'm going to drink to keep it going. You want funk? James Brown invented it, Sty Sloan collected it. Yeah, but Bernie Worrell played the bass synth. It was pure sick what happened to him. It was really bad, man. He get pure ripped off. I mean, Bernie Worrell played synth bass on everything. And basically, being in America, there's no national health service, so when he got cancer, he just had to die slowly from it because he didn't have any money. And that's really, you go, but this is Bernie Worrell. He fucking rejuvenated Talking Heads. He was all over Parliament Funkadelic, and he's got no money. What the fuck? How does that work? Whether you know who he is or not, you know some of his playing. You have heard, and you can hum. I don't know what it is, but you can hum some of the shit he's played, and it really is disgusting. Obviously, in the 1984 rhetoric, it's like, let's get the government down south in another country which govern us. Want to get rid of the NHS. It's like, no. How do the millionaires make money out of a national health service? And the problem is they don't. So can't do that. You got to have somebody who's already got billions of dollars making more. That's how it works. But people are going to die. Not people that matter. People that matter can pay £1 million to get their cancer treatment. Parliament Funkadelic Funk on Acid, heavily with MC5. MC5's I did buy their album. They were never big over here. I've never seen their albums on record. Any MC5 albums ever on vinyl, so they didn't sell very well. I did buy the CD of Kick Out the Jams and something else. It was like 2 albums on one CD. And I wasn't there. I wasn't there in the 60s when it came out, so I didn't really understand it. And to be honest, I can't remember it. I mean, by that point, I'd heard Sabbath and stuff, and it just didn't. That might be pure condescending and shit, but it's just the way I feel about it. Maybe I will hear an MC5 song or something that really picks me up, and I'm like, yes, get it. Never really got it. Listen to it. MC5's record sucks. Live thing. I think it was a live album. Was the other side? It was MC5, whatever the album was, and then a live album after it. Kick Out the Jams. Is that a song or an album? Wayne Kramer was in it, wasn't he? I don't even know. Wayne Kramer was an engineer for the Doors. I kind of know bits about it, but the music didn't jump out. MC5 live in German TV. I'll have a look at it and see if they get it. The problem is, it's one of those things that, see, because I've heard so many times that it's pure amazing, and then you every time I've listened to it, I've gone, There are staunch fans of Marmalade only. My mum, when she was still at school, went to see Marmalade in Glasgow somewhere, and the gig was cancelled. But certain people didn't know that the gig was cancelled. Marmalade didn't know the gig was cancelled. Something happened, and basically, I don't know, 10 teenage girls turned up at their gig, and they were like, we're sorry, the gig's been cancelled. So the band took them out for dinner. And my mum was one of them, so there you go, Marmalade. How true that is, don't know. Am I remembering when I get told that correctly? Don't know. But something like that happened. And Marmalade, their biggest hit was with Obla Dee, Obla Da. When they brought it out, as soon as the Beatles' White Album was dropped, they covered Obla Dee, Obla Da and put it out as a single, because the Beatles never did. And it was a #1 record. Scottish band. I don't know anything else. I don't think I've never bought one of the records or anything like that. And before anyone says anything, I totally look like my dad. There's no way that one of Marmalade is my dad. Yes, straight into awkwardness. Right, I'm going to bed. Rock on. Cheers, everyone. Lots of videos come up this week, including a Blackbird, a Washburn Force, whatever it is, and about 10 other things. Loved when Funk used synth bass. It was all fucking... It was Stingray invented it. When Bob Moog came up with the first Mini Moog synthesizer, there were 6 Mini Moogs that he built as sort of prototype, or the first ever run. Which we have made 6 using 2. And Benny Worrell got one of them from Bob Moog. Who else got them? Stevie Wonder got one. Keith Emerson got one. I can't remember I don't know who the other 3 people were, but Benny Worrell got one of them. Benny Worrell invented synth bass as a thing before synthesizers. This, he was using a Yamaha Clavinova and a wah-wah pedal and playing down at the low end to play funk bass. And if anyone's ever looking for who is, look up Jesse Ray Chainsaw and shit like that, and you'll see a bit where Benny Worrell, this is like the most important bass synth player of all time. And there's a bit in the video that I've seen the rushes, and it's him standing in a kilt with a wee a Wasp synthesizer, while Jesse's circling him with the camera in a tractor in a fucking stinking looking foggy farmyard, and Benny Worrell sitting there playing the synth like that, just pissing himself laughing the whole time. I mean, I think this whole point with Jesse was the reason, the way Jesse got it. I'll tell you, I'm going to go down to St. Boswell's and I'm going to do a proper documentary with Jesse. But he went to America. He had a sort of a rough single, and he got tons of money from somewhere, and then he went to America thinking, this is great, go to America. And he was like, to meet, and he met Bernie Worrell in a lift, and the lift broke down, and then he ended up just having a laugh, and then he gave Bernie Worrell a tape, and then that's where it all started. What I don't think Wasp synths were very good. It's nothing like a Korg Volca, but it was only £400, and you got an actual synthesizer. Electronic Dream Plant. Yes, EDP. Yes, it is an EDP Wasp. Yes, I think they were kind of made of blown plastic, like the shit that VHS videotapes are made of. They are terrible quality things, but it was an actual synth where your next option was a mini Moog at the same price as a small house, or this was like a synthesizer, as in start off with a sine wave, do anything. It was one of the very first to do that. When Jesse told me that he bought it for him coming over, so I bought him a synth. It was like a toy thing, and then it's a fucking an ESP or EDP Wasp was what he bought him, and it was like that's where Chainsaw came from, and Over the Sea as well was a noise you kind of, which Jesse thought sounded like a chainsaw, so wrote a song called Chainsaw using that sample. And even at this point, he was recording shit on tape, and then he was doing a sort of editing thing where he was cutting up bits of this jam he had to make the demos of these songs, just using bits of the jam. I'm sure there are different versions. I don't think it was a particularly complicated synthesizer. I don't think it was anything like his. I've got a microbrute. It was nothing like that. Hey, Jesse's Guitars, how's it going? I'm just about to go to bed because I'm really drunk and I've been up talking for ages. I kind of need the toilet and I've run out of booze. But we're talking about another Jesse, the mighty Jesse Ray. The blister keys like his ZX81. Aye, like membrane is the word you're looking for. Same as a Yamaha DX7 had them as well. Whereas like when they're new, they kind of sort of work, but once they're 10 years old, they don't work at all. Yeah. So everybody check out Jesse Ray. Go for Over the Seas, probably the first best one with How Ridiculous. And the thing is, when you watch it, you go, is he actually on top of the Brooklyn Bridge with Bernie Worrell, like with a helicopter? Yes, he is actually on top of the Brooklyn Bridge in New York, like just on it, on like fucking climbed up a rope ladder on top of the fucking bridge. Yes, he is there, and then he flings his claymore, swings it around his head, and flings it over the sea to Eilean Castle. Ridiculous. Looking at, sorry, one more thing. This is the last thing. Telly here, wonder if anyone ever tried the Prince Madcap. I haven't played the Prince one, but the guitar that started this whole journey for me was a Hondo, which looked like the Prince Madcap. It had the leopard skin scratch plate, blonde body binding, had a pointy headstock though, and I bought that in cash converters on Argyle Street for £30, and that changed everything for me because suddenly it dawned on me that, right, this is a guitar I've never heard. I've never heard of Hondo ever. It's got a pointy headstock, that's ugly. And then, but I was in cash converters. I was like to the guys, I put, 30 quid, will you take 20 for it? He's like, no, I've just put it out 10 minutes ago. I was like, right, could you hold it for me for 5 minutes? I'm going to go outside on my fag and think about it. So I went outside for a fag, and I walked across the road and looked in the window of Guitar, and they had Fender Badja tellies for 700 quid. And you could tell just by looking at it, the Honda was a better built guitar. So I went back and bought it, and then everything changed. That's when I realized, all right, to get a proper pro level guitar, doesn't have to be a £500 plus Fender or Gibson. There are guitars out there that are as good as that, but cost fuck all. Like, this Hondo was way better than any Epiphone, straight up. And I had Epiphones at the time. This is like changed everything. I don't know what collapsible dome switches are. Anyway, it sounds good. The Behringer analog modeling amp. I think the Behringer stuff's amazing. It's all stolen, sort of. So for that reason, you're kind of buying bootleg stuff. But I mean, The Behringer stuff, I think it's like something like like the fuzz pedal or whatever it is. It's fucking the same as the Boss one. The only difference is they used much cheaper components to build it, so the input jacks tend to break on them, sort of thing. And it's not a very good plug socket, but the actual circuit's the same. So if you're doing a 6 months US tour, it's probably worthwhile buying the Boss fuzz pedal at £100. If you're using it in the house, yeah, just use the Behringer. It sounds exactly the same. It was sarcasm. Sarcasm is wasted on the stupid, though. I think you'll find, Andy. Never heard of the dome thing. But the thing is, by that point, it's like when you get to the point of when they originally were building like the Les Paul Juniors and stuff like that for the Gibsons, the plan was there that, okay, a Gibson Les Paul's really expensive, right? So we want to bring out a student model. So what we do is we make it really basic, just put one pickup in it, no binding, no carved top, keep it simple. And then the plan is there that people will buy the Les Paul Junior when they're learning to play. They'll play it for a couple of years and then they'll love it so much that they'll buy the full price one later on. That's why Les Paul Juniors are pure amazing. At some point, it changed to, if we put this up for sale and make it sound really good in the picture with lots of really good specs, people will buy it. Got the money, right? Run away, fuck them. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter whether it's terrible or not. If you produce a guitar and you're selling hello Harley Benton, you're selling a guitar for £200 that looks like the spec sheet of a £1,000 guitar. 2 years, you're going to get away with selling that and fucking folk will buy it. Doesn't matter if it's shite. A lot of people won't know what it is they're buying anyway. I mean, you played the guitar for 10 minutes. You can tell by looking at it, like a real Fender Strat. It kind of looks more expensive, but when you're playing it, you don't feel it being that different. Because you don't play. You've got to be playing for a couple of years. Yeah, your Honor Telly's great, Alex. Not worth any money because it's not a Fender. If it said Fender on it, it'd be worth 10 times as much. Not as good as this, though, obviously, because nothing is, apart from the Shocking Bird, which is slightly better. Because it's like the Mark II version of this. Also got a slightly dirty input by the sounds of things. Oh. Rock on, see you all during the week. I'll catch you later. Love you all.